Ohana.
Sorry.
Oh,
Start over.
start over? Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're not starting the meeting yet. We have a few announcements before we start, and then we'll gavel in. And so the first thing I want to say is to send out our aloha to the Kipuhulu community for the loss of our great friend, John Lind, for whom the word Ohana is very broad and deep. And he's had a whole lifetime of commitment to Kipuhulu and Hana and Hawaii. And so aloha to everyone, John Lind. Now I want to call on Dan Dennison. I will gavel in the meeting when we are done with our announcements, but in the meantime, I want to call on Dan Dennison, our Director of Communications.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, board members, audience, staff. In conjunction with the 2016 World Conservation Congress, the ICU and World Conservation Congress, we introduced a new initiative here at DLNR called the DLNR and You Citizen Conservationist Award. And this goes to individuals who we deem have really gone above and beyond the call of duty and done extraordinary things in the protection of cultural and natural resources in Hawaii. So we have a recipient here today. We'll hold off on introducing him. We're going to start with a short video so you get an idea of what he's been doing for the past 2+ months.
This is a front end clip of a car. Over here, that might be the rear end of this car, but I don't think so. I think that is a separate car because it's got a drivetrain in it. And then that one up there is a separate car as well. Me and my wife walk this trail at least once a year on New Year's Day. It's a great hike to meet people, say Happy New Year and all that. It's a beautiful hike. You get to see whales, seals, birds, dolphins. A lot of good nature out here. And this car's been here, I think, about 3 years, and it's just an eyesore. And I got sick and tired of looking at it, and I know other people are too, because anybody who comes out here for the scenery. And so I just decided, why not? I wanted to get it cut up and try to lift it up to where the car is on a trail, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that myself. If not, we'll just pile it close, and then when we have a bunch of people come out, we'll lift it out then with ropes and whatever else we can. Because walking on these rocks is kind of treacherous, so I don't think it's too safe carrying stuff on these rocks. They look kind of surprised at first, but then everybody says thanks for doing this, and some people want to know how they can help, and it's just a great thing. Everybody out here, I think, is loving the trail, loving the ocean, the sights, everything, and they just want to see it be better.
So is my neighbor, and I've been watching him work on this project for the last 2 months all by himself, so I figure, I'm able to, come out and help him out. I'm going to do so. I'm going to also gather my coworkers, so it's a great opportunity, one of my favorite trails, so definitely want to give back to the community and remove this abandoned car. It's a lot more than I thought it was going to be, and the terrain's pretty rough, so it's going to be challenging, but it's well worth it.
It's great. I'm just really so happy that so many people feel the same about, getting this thing out of there. And we had about 15 people show up, so awesome. Can't ask for better.
Guessing.
No.
Yeah.
How heavy is it?
I don't know, maybe 45, 40. Yeah.
A long walk period, huh?
Yeah, but if we can get that out, that would be nice.
Everybody out here, I think, is loving the trail, loving the ocean, the sights, everything, and they just want to see it be better.
Was this a bigger project than you anticipated when you took it on?
Absolutely. Very much so, yeah. Very much.
Thanks. So, as you can see, this is a great project, over the course of 2 months, took 5 full working days. And this is Joe Marshall. He did the majority of it single-handedly, just volunteered to remove the parts of 3 abandoned cars, from on and below the trail at, Kaiana Point State Park in the Kiawa'ula section. First day, he hauled out his portable power tools, his ladder, his water buckets, and everything needed to cut up the car chassis. And they were just resting there along the rocky shoreline. And on the 5th day, he was joined and inspired 18 volunteers, which is in itself inspiring, and who are all collectively included here to help finish up cutting up everything. There was one pretty intact car that took an extra amount of time on the side of the trail there, about 1.5 miles from the beginning of the trail. And so they all worked by hand. They had wagons. They had one ATV for the largest parts, and all those volunteers just went back and forth to the parking lot to take all these hundreds, probably thousands of pieces of parts and put them in a dumpster. You could see he admits the project was a lot harder and more intense than he'd predicted, but with the help of all of the volunteers, all 3 of the derelict cars had been removed. And this is one of the most stunning coastlines we have in Hawaii, certainly on Oahu, and just to have it be cleaned up that way is really remarkable.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to introduce Kurt Cottrell, the head of our state parks program. At first.
I'm not gonna kiss you.
Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Well, after seeing the video, you did sign the waiver, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you have your tetanus shot?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm prior military, so I got all
Kurt, do you want
And
to
Joe,
go over?
come up here, please.
Oh, sure, sorry. So, you know, we all of us that are avid hikers, you know, when we're out on the trails, you know, we see rubbish, and like, oh, there's paper, and we always pick it up. And here's the guy who goes, you know, I think I'm just gonna hike out with a car, which I think is astounding. And I think, you know, once you got into it, you went, holy shit, I'm committed, and now what, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I think what also makes this a really cool thing is the additional support that just kind of appeared for you, both working with our Oahu Trail specialist, or our interpretive specialist who generated some people. But I do want to acknowledge this whole litany of other people that came out. A couple actually also were from the mainland. They were on vacation. Most people get chalk mat nuts, but they hiked out with an axle, right? So anyway, I want to acknowledge Joe Marshall, his son James Marshall, David Garcia, Freddie DeBieber, Daniel Wong, Herman Hodley, Paul Schutz, Don Sa-Chang, Cliff Chen, Dana Avendano, Sarah Scramanach, Gregory McGrath, Richard McGrath, and Sarah is from Goleta, California. So first day of vacation, she's hiking with car cars. Very, very impressive. Wai Ying, Camille Dorenweed, Max Sepulveda, and Elizabeth Kimmy. We're your team of people. But on behalf of State Parks and DNR, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Enjoy it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
You're welcome to say a few words if you want.
Okay, yeah, I love that trail. My wife and I usually hike it January 1st of every year. And it's such a great thing to walk out, because there's a lot of tourist people from off the island, and you always say Happy New Year to everybody, and they kind of puts a smile on their face. And it's just a great, beautiful trail to walk. And when I talked to Leslie, one of the rangers out there on the point, she said the car had been there 3.5 years. So I figured, I'll just get some tools, go cut it up. But no, I have to find people. I have to get permission. I have to fill out a permit. I have to jump through all these hoops. But I had already committed to doing it. So, and word for word, what you said, yes, it's like this is a big project. But people have been responsive. The first day I was out there, I had no energy to come back. And I'm hauling all my stuff in a wheelbarrow 1.5 miles. This guy comes by, says, can I carry your ladder out for you? 50 pounds. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. And he gave me his number, and he's been out there with me, David Garcia, for 3 of the days. So It's gonna, you know, we have a little bit more left. We're gonna go out again tomorrow, and, we'll get it done, and the car will no longer be there. And people are telling me, this is a landmark for me, and it's like, well, you'll have to find a new one, 'cause, this is gone. So I wanna thank everybody for your help, you know, leading me to people. Kakai put together a flyer and sent out his list of volunteers, and that's where about 6 or 7 of the people came from. They just showed up. Don't know them, but they wanted to help out. And getting a dumpster out there and just everything that you've all done, I really appreciate, and the support is, it helps this to go on and on. So thank you very much, and thank you for this. This is a great honor for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, as you can see, I mean, the work that we do, we can't do all by ourselves, and we are very fortunate across Hawaii to have just a wonderful number of volunteers who, just on their own time, do great things for Hawaii, and we thank all of them. And I want to take this opportunity to thank one of my favorites of those, who is sitting right next to me, Chris Ewan. This is his last day as a member of the Board of Land and Natural Resources, and I can honestly say we have been so fortunate to have Chris on the board. This is actually the second set of his terms. He served in the 1990s, two full sets of terms, 4-year terms, and so we were very fortunate to have him again in our current era. But he has, first of all, he's just a conservationist at heart, and just so knowledgeable on what it takes to protect our natural and cultural resources. But he's also a lawyer, and particularly experienced in administrative law, which, you know, there's so much that goes into this job that probably is only half visible, but very, very complicated. And, you know, we need to always make sure we get it right procedurally for the benefit of the public who participates in our processes. And it takes a lot of attention and care, and Chris has been enormously helpful in that. He's got a background in a planning director, and in his spare time now he's an organic farmer in Hamakua. And I am personally going to truly miss him on the board, and I know all of us will as well. So, Chris, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for those very kind words. I'll miss all of you. This is my last meeting, but I think I'm officially a member until the 30th, and then Mr. Riley Smith takes over, who's sitting in the audience here, and I think he'll do a great job. But Hawaii has been a wonderful home for me, and this was a wonderful chance and opportunity to do something for Hawaii, and I really appreciate. I've actually been appointed by 3 different governors and served under 4 governors and 5 land board chairs. This has been a wonderful experience for me, and probably the best thing has been working with the fellow board members and all of the DLNR staff who are sure have the same motivations that I do to do something for our island home, Hawaii. And couldn't have asked to work for a more dedicated, motivated, and effective group of people.
All right. That we will gavel in our meeting. Right? Good morning, everyone. The June 24, 2022 meeting of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. Thank you for joining us. It's 9:25 a.m. Meeting is held via Zoom on a hybrid status. We have people in the room here to testify in person, and we have board members in person. We also have board members and people testifying remotely via Zoom. Participants that are here remotely in the Zoom waiting room, we will call you into the main meeting room when your agenda item is up. Please remember to turn off your video and your audio until it's your turn to speak, and to turn off your YouTube when you come into the main meeting room, otherwise we'll get an echo. The general public is able to watch via YouTube. There's also a number posted online if you want to provide oral testimony by telephone. Our written testimony is posted on our website. Board Member Canto, can I ask you to please read the standard contested case statement?
Sure. Aloha, Chris. In some of the matters before the board, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the board's decision, then the board will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. A person who wants a contested case may also wait until the board decides the issue, then request the contested case after the decision. It is up to you. Any request must be made in writing within 10 days. If no request for a contested case is made, the board will make a decision. The department will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take roll call now. I'll start with the members in the room. Suzanne Case, the board chair in the boardroom. Member Ewan.
Chris Ewan, Big Island member, I'm here in the boardroom.
Mr. Char.
Vernon Char, member.
Craig Ewan, Bill Hodge.
No, not me.
Maya? And even my audio on. Nothing happens so when I talk.
Yeah. We'll try it again in a little bit. All right. Member Ono, could you please state your name and if there's anyone in the room with you?
Karen Ono, I'm at home. There's no one in the room with me.
Member Canto?
Doreen Canto, Maui member. I am in the room alone. Thank you.
And I think we get Member Barnes
Member Barnes, representing Oahu
in the boardroom. Okay. So we have a number of people who are here live. I'm going to try to arrange the agenda items to have people minimize the amount of time they have to wait for us in this meeting. So here's the order I think I'm going to do. If you have any problem with this order and have a deadline or something, please let our board secretary know. But first, I'm going to do the M items, and then I'm going to do the D items in order. And I might slip in the K. I think I might, actually I'm going to do M and then K and then D. And then I'm going to do, later on, I'm going to do the C items and the J items. So again, if you have any problem with that, let me know. So first, we're going to do the M items. Okay, first we have items M1 through 5 DOT airports. There's one directly negotiated hangar facilities lease and 4 revocable permits, and I will ask board members if you have any questions on those.
Yeah, I'm afraid I do have a question on M1.
Okay, go ahead.
And so this is a directly negotiated lease, and for the board to approve that, we need to determine that it promotes competition. And when I got back on the board in around 2014, I started asking DOT airports and harbors to explain why it promoted competition, and, asked for them to articulate a reason at least for that. And there were some when they did a good job. There haven't been that many requests for directly negotiated leases, but here we are again, and there's no explanation for why this promotes competition, and I'd like DOT to do that.
So, I mean, DOT can probably answer that question, but does it need to be in the submittal?
Well, I think it should be. I mean, I'm asking, it doesn't have to be in the submittal, as long as they can justify it, but they said it promotes competition in the submittal, but they don't give any justification for it.
Okay, so Ms. LaRue, do you want to address that? Do you have can you articulate how it promotes competition? We can also defer it if that's easier. And you are on mute.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You know, this one in particular was, I'm just letting you know that this one in particular was a facility that was a kitchen. It was a flight kitchen. And so to take back the flight kitchen, and we don't have reasons for a flight kitchen too much on the airport. We have 2 other flight kitchens. There's nobody else that wants to use a facility for a flight kitchen. So we're having a little bit of difficulty taking back a kitchen and trying to, and the need right now is cargo. There is a lot of cargo operators here at our airport. And we have about 5 or 6 other cargo operators here in Honolulu. And this one in particular is almost where I'm asking United, okay, it's a previous renter was an airline using it as a flight kitchen. And I'm asking that company to convert that to almost a warehouse type. And it takes time. And then I have another company who needs more space to do cargo operations. And as you can see in the submittal, there will be a Amazon Prime cargo operations here, and they have to invest quite a bit of money in order to convert that to a warehouse. So it's a partnership between the former operator and a cargo operator. And how this promotes competition is, or encourages competition, is that's where our competition is at our airport now, is in cargo operations. And so we have all of these entities. I'm not doing a auction because I don't have anyone that has shown any interest in putting in that kind of money to convert the building back to a cargo or warehouse type. So this was a partnership that was joined, and because it's cargo, it does encourage competition out here on our ramp. So that is the reason why we went with a directly negotiated lease. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but that's the reason why we went in this direction. Yes.
So a question is, so is there any kind of demolition involved in the switchover?
Yes. Yes, quite a bit of demolition actually. I'm taking an entire kitchen, and it basically, we've done lots of walkthroughs with our environmental staff. We've done it with our base yard maintenance, just about every section of airports division to do a walkthrough of this, because I will not take the building back in the current condition it's in, because then the state would have to put in all of those resources in order to convert it to a kitchen into a warehouse. Otherwise the building will just sit, and I don't want the building to just sit. We do have somebody that is interested in it. We have tried to market it to all kinds of people, and nobody has shown any interest except for Aloha Aikokula. So that's why the joint partnership in this.
And as a follow-up, the permitting would go through the city and county of Honolulu,
Definitely.
and that's a long, lengthy process.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Still follow-up questions. You said it was a partnership?
Yes.
Who were the partners?
It would be United Airlines and Aikokula, Aloha Air Cargo. And DOT. I mean, we are, again, after doing the walkthroughs with United Airlines and having only one entity that has shown any interest for the facility, we've had multiple meetings where they have engaged in conversations where it would be least costly if they teamed up one permit. United has to do all of this demolition. Aloha Air Cargo or Aikokula will have to put in all of these new improvements. So that's where I say the joint partnership is occurring. So one entity is currently still on lease for this property, and another one we're engaging in a new contract, new lease. So we'll cut it off on a certain day and start it with Aikokula.
Oh. So United is basically getting out.
Yes, the
and
lease has ended.
Echo is coming in.
Yes.
And how long does the current lease have left to run?
The lease has ended. The lease has ended. They're on a holdover. The holdover has ended, so we put them on a revocable permit. All of that in which we received your approval. And now we're going with a directly negotiated with Aikokula. So it's just a conversion from United Airlines having to do all of this responsibility to the demo work, and then the new lease with Aikokula. So it's on a currently on a revocable. Yes.
Do you have a clause in your lease that requires United to demolish the kitchen facilities
Yes.
and leave it as a warehouse space?
It with a state at its sole discretion has the ability to ask United Airlines. And that's what we're doing.
No, but if you put it up for auction, why wouldn't Aikokula bid on the auction?
We can put it up for auction, but like I said, the investment and the partnership, it just seemed that it was, again, we tried marketing, nobody is interested. And I've done so many, to be fair, to be honest, I've done so many notice of auctions and no one comes. So because this is something that two parties have joined together, and it didn't start off that way. I'm going to be honest with you. We engaged United Airlines and let them know that this is all the things that you need to do. The building was going to sit there. My intention was to do a public auction, but then anyone who was showing interest, nobody was showing any interest to rent this is a very large facility. And it takes a lot of work to even if United Airlines took it back to cargo, there's still a lot of work that the new entity would need to do in order to do a cargo operation. So we thought it was in the best interest of the state to go in this direction.
Okay, any other questions? Other questions? Okay, let me say, Mr. you want to withdraw M5, is that right?
I believe that I believe M5, the submittal the supporting paperwork wasn't attached. So because I don't believe you have it in front of you, the actual submittal. So we can withdraw that one.
All right, so then, if there are no further questions, there's no public testimony, is there a motion to approve M1 through 4 as submitted?
Move to approve.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Do you want to vote separately on?
No on M1.
Okay.
Aye on 2,
Okay,
3,
so-
and 4.
All right. Okay, all those in favor of M1, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that is 6, and I'm just gonna call out the names since it's our first vote and it's not a unanimous vote. So that is, I is Kate, Kanto, Ono, Yoon, Char, is it? Aye, and is that it? Okay, and the noes, that's Barnes and Ewan. Okay, thank you. All right, so M2 through 4, we already had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those pass. Okay, we're gonna go to, thank you, Ms.
Thank
Lewis.
you.
Have a good weekend. All right, we're gonna go to, M6 and M8. M7 was withdrawn, and I'm gonna say that I will go to the K1 right after this, and then the D item, so just a heads up. Okay, all right. Are there any questions on M6 or M8?
Do you have anyone here to speak to 6 from?
Yeah, we have, DOT Harbors,
Okay.
Ms. Pham and Mr. Tomita are in the room. You have questions?
Guess I'm just curious about the climate implications of this gas
Okay.
infrastructure.
You might need to speak clearly because you have.
Oh, okay. I was just curious about the climate-related implications of this gas infrastructure.
Okay, Ms. Tomita or Ms. Pham, do you want to address that question?
Jennifer Tomita, DOT Harbors Property Manager. So this is just a revocable permit to update their current subsurface easement. One is for petroleum products and the other is for an electrical easement.
And how much petroleum product is going through this subsurface pipeline? Do we know?
I don't know.
You know if the pipeline is in place right now?
Yes, it's already in place.
So what was the previous disposition?
It was under a revocable permit.
So is this a new revocable permit to the gas company for the same use?
Same use, it's just, yeah, to update.
Update it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, no, I appreciate the question. I think to the extent that the gas is a petroleum product, we are headed in the direction of wanting to get off all of fossil fuel products. So this is a temporary use, revocable at any time. I guess is the answer.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions on M6 or M8? All right. Is there a motion to approve M6 and M8 as submitted?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is, any noes? Okay, that is unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good weekend. Okay, then M10, might as well do, I don't think we have Mr. on here. Right, do you guys have any questions on M10?
Reading it, I'm somewhat confused about the two lots in the maps. They're an exhibit, the reference to exhibit B that I don't find.
I think we should come back to M10, and we might need to have somebody from DOT Highways. We can do it later in the morning.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We're gonna go to, K1.
Will we do M9 later then?
Yeah.
Bob's one?
Sorry, it's, yeah, M9 we're gonna do later on in the day. Okay,
Okay, good morning, Chair, board members. Michael Kane with the Office of Conservation and
all right,
Coastal
can I
Land.
just interrupt and say, Michael King is our new administrator for the Office of Conservation and Coastal.
Yeah. Thank you.
He has 17 years of experience with the Office of Conservation and Coastal Land, so
Yeah,
he's well qualified to, thank you.
hard to believe it's been that long. Anyway, the subject property is, Boy Scout camp, in Kauai, near, about the 3,000-foot elevation level in Waimea Canyon area. The camp dates from 1913, predating the Conservation District. It is currently surrounded by Waimea Canyon State Park. The proposal is to replace, what they call a trading post, about an 1,100 square foot structure, with a 2,400 square foot structure. I would call it a recreation center, but the staff report and the Boy Scouts call it a trading post. It's used for activities to do merit badges. There'll be a couple offices also in the trading post. The trigger for us bringing this to the board, rather than just handling it as a departmental permit or site plan approval, is that it is a major alteration to an existing non-conforming structure. So, it's rare that we actually bring items to the board that were exempt from needing an environmental assessment, but, because they are doubling in size, we are presenting it to you. In terms of environmental impacts, there are protected species in the overall parcel, and obviously in Kokei State Park and Waimea Canyon State Park. There are none that we can identify in the area that will be disturbed. However, because of the presence of native bird species and native plant species, we will be recommending protocols beyond the regular standard conditions. Just minimize impacts to birds and minimize the risk of spreading or introducing rapid ohia death in the area. In terms of our Kapa'akai analysis, the cultural impact assessment, we're not aware of any traditional Hawaiian practices that will be impacted by the expansion of the recreation center. Hunters do use or traverse the property to access hunting grounds, but that should not be impacted by the expansion of the trading post. The applicants worked with both state parks and forestry to make sure there wouldn't be negative environmental impacts. We haven't received any objections to the project, and we are recommending approval as is, or as staff recommended.
Thank you. Okay, we do have the applicant here. You want to add anything? I think we have, Kimi Lopez. Are you representing the applicant?
Aloha Chair, members of the board, Kimi Yuen. Yeah, it's okay. From PBR Hawaii. Yes, Jesse Lopez. I think is on by phone. He is the Aloha Council for the Boy Scouts, Scout Executive and CEO. We are here on behalf of the applicant as their agent. The applicant has no questions or concerns with any of the conditions of approval. So we are here for any questions you may have. And I know, Jesse, did you want to say a few words?
All right, there's somebody participating by phone. I don't know if you want to add anything. If you do, you want to just unmute your phone and then star six to unmute your phone if you want to add anything. Okay, meanwhile, board members, any questions? on this. Member Canto.
So it's, are there any other infrastructure on the property?
Currently, they have built an individual wastewater system, a septic system about 5 years ago that the facilities would connect into. And then in terms of water, they're connecting to State Parks water system that's there. The electrical only goes up to the front, so they run everything off battery or generators when they're in the camp. They're not there all the time. They max out at about 150 scouts and staff at any one time based on their IWS. So yeah, the use is very minimal, but other than that, there's no other infrastructure. The roads are all dirt, yeah.
And in the event, hopefully not, of a fire, where's the nearest county assistance to this?
That's a good question. I don't know how far it is. I know part of the comments were from the fire department, from the county fire department. So they're working on it, just kind of an agreement on fire safety. But the camp itself is about 29 acres and it's close to the road. So they're able to get out should anything happen. They're minimal facilities otherwise. And in the area of the trade, what they call the trading post, is pretty open. So.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So in terms of the fire department, where are they to the project? How far away are they from the project? Like
question.
The next county over? Or?
Oh, I think goodness, must be Waimea. So I don't know anything closer though.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I have a question.
Member Ono.
The square footage, it has doubled in size. So what was the main reason for that? Is that because of the facilities that they've put in? Like the bathrooms and the showers?
Exactly, yeah.
So they expanded that.
Yeah, and to provide a bigger shelter area for the scouts. Yeah, that the main, it's gonna be built like the existing structure, an open air facility in that same vein. And I know their architect is working with State Parks on their design guidelines so that it can be in tune. But part of that is also negotiating with the fire department on the materials. So they're still working that out, but I know they are all working together and coming to a conclusion. The county agencies actually reviewed the original permit set that you have in your packet, and they were all okay with it, so.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. The 3,000 foot level is, from what I know of that area, is sort of in the transition zone between the sort of non-native forest and getting up towards native forest. And it looks like maybe behind, in the photos, it looks like you're kind of in a eucalyptus tree. Is that, what are the trees around the buildings right now?
Around the building, there's nothing native, but down the slope behind the building and a kind of gulch area behind the structure, there is a native, there's native vegetation down there. And so we've been working with Adam Williams and Scotty Heinzman from DOFA. They've been in touch with us and the Boy Scouts, and they're trying to set up a site visit. So they're working to make sure that none of the native plants that are in that area will be impacted by the new construction and the demolition. So I know they're coordinating closely on that. There is a botanical survey, but all of the native plants are kind of down in the gulch area and along the slope, so away from the structure.
The gulch there?
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's typical of a lot of places where there was cattle grazing and goats, I guess. A lot of times the gulches are protected, whereas the open areas were trashed a long time ago.
Yeah, none of the species right around the structure are native. So.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Other questions?
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Is the property, used exclusively by the Boy Scouts, or is it available to be used by other groups or members of the public?
Well, the Boy Scout actually, and this is an unusual situation where there was a land exchange. I can't remember when, but the Boy Scouts have been there, I think, since the 50s. Jesse, I think if you can text me, you can correct me. But they've been up there for quite a while. And so they do allow, like, as was mentioned in the report, hunters to access, and they will partner with groups to allow other groups up. But they do try to keep it to that 150 person max. But yeah, as far as I understand, they do partner with other groups to come up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are aware that community groups have used it. I can't tell you how much or how often.
And can I clarify, the Boy Scouts of America, as I understand it, are now scouts, right? Are they,
Yes.
co-ed or they have...
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, and Jesse, that was part of Jesse's little thing he was going to say about how they have embraced and welcomed girls into scouting. So the name's kind of a holdover on this, I think. But yes, they do have girls.
Hello, then.
Yeah.
Oh.
If the permit is approved, do we address this to Boy Scouts of America Aloha Council, or should we change the name? Or do you want to get back to me?
What's the official name now? Do you know? Is it still Boy Scouts of America, but it's co-ed?
I think it's scouting. I think you were right, but Jesse, it would be good to get the official.
We can follow up in our office. Permits go with the parcel.
Okay.
So the board, if
got
they
it.
wish, can approve the permit, and
you can
our
text the
office
name
can
later.
work on the proper name for the permit. It's cited the TMK, not the, owner.
Any other questions?
So just one other question on the energy. You said it was all like imported, all the electricity that was being generated or that was being used on site was being generated by imported gas?
They bring up portable generators or batteries currently when they need it. Yeah.
Got it. And is it possible did you guys, or do you know if they looked into off-grid solar as an alternative in the construction?
They weren't putting power on this structure. It was going to be all portable just because they're not there that often.
Got it.
Yeah. It's not like a regularly, powered facility or office. So it's only when they're up. Yeah. They're only
With diesel.
we can find biodiesel for their generators or we'll figure something out.
Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve K1 as submitted?
Motion to approve.
All right,
Second.
is there a second? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's unanimous. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you. And,
Thank you so
it was good
much.
working with you, Chris.
Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Anybody need a break? Nope.
You want to do
Huh?
down 10, Heidi's, or is it?
I think I want to come back to it later.
Okay.
You can tell them, call them.
Okay.
It doesn't have to hang around. Okay, we're gonna move to the D items. Okay, let's go ahead with D1.
Okay, good morning, board members. Russell Tsuji for Land Division. D1, we're asking the board for a mutual cancellation of a lease out at the Puna area to Natural Energy Lab, which is another government agency. The area just got inundated. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had my YouTube on. I'm sorry. D1 is, as I was saying, is a Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii Authority out at the Big Island, and this is an area that they had leased, that was under lease, and they were intending to do air quality monitoring, but was inundated with the lava over the volcanic activity, and therefore they're asking for cancellation. We have no objections to this request. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, board members?
I have no problem with this request, and this isn't really Land Division's job, but there still should be some air quality monitoring. The neighborhood has, of course, changed a lot. So I don't know where the best places to put it are now, but there should still be some monitoring somewhere, and I'm sure it's required by the permits. Hope there's some flexibility and some decision is made so that there's not a big gap here.
Okay. Any other questions upon? Not, is there a motion to approve D1 as submitted?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any noes? 6, 7. That passes unanimously. Okay, D2.
Okay, D2 is another Big Island item. We're asking to withdraw 4 acres from a current revocable permit. The permittee is fine with the withdrawal, and it will be used for the county, the new central fire station out in Waikoloa, Waikea, I'm sorry. Nothing
Thank you.
further.
And we have our fire chief, Mr. Kazuo Todd. Thank you for joining us. Do you have anything to add?
No, I was just here to answer any questions that might come up by the board.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions, board members?
What did you do for the site selection? Find the site?
So originally, approximately 1/8 of a mile down the street was the original location for a central fire station. Over the course of some decisions made outside of the fire department, the land that was going to be used for a central fire station ended up being given as an easement for the neighboring property to provide as minimal impact on the highway. So they wanted as limited entrances into the highway area. So where originally we'd been planning to put a central fire station when we redid it, they have now given that away in an easement to the senior housing area for future senior housing. So it'll be a road. And so for that reason, the original site, which is just down the street, is no longer available. We'd looked at several locations, and this one was one that the state had use of, and we'd been told that they didn't mind the potential of us asking. So here we are in front of the board to ask.
No, I'm just asking about, well, take that prior. Was there a committee, a public input, those sorts of things? To pick the other, the 1/8 of a mile away site.
So originally, the location that we'd been planning for a future was to get our initial station out of the tsunami area while providing response times. So most fire stations are kind of built onto a map when we're looking at what's the farthest location we can reach within, 5 minutes or 5-mile circles around it. And we're looking to be able to access the majority of Hilo. So the general region around this location is one of those areas that we've been looking to put a fire station, but still outside of the tsunami. And so that's why years ago, about 1/8 of a mile down the road on Moho'uli, we selected a site. And then when that became not possible any longer, we looked for a similarly nearby location, which is why this particular parcel was brought up. We did sit down with the residents So we polled all the nearest residential houses, and we had a meeting just to let them know that this was something we're interested in. At this time, we didn't get any objections, but they did want to be part of the process going forward in terms of how the station would be designed and questions about noise or other things like that. But for the most part, we didn't have any outright objection to the location.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, any other questions? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve? D2 is submitted.
Yes, that's so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, D3.
Okay, D3 is another Big Island item, and I have my staff person, Candice Martin, on available if you have any questions. But we're requesting the board to grant an easement over 2 areas of what is known as the Honokohau Trail. We do have articulated in our submittal applicant requirements, and one of them, I think, was a data recovery plan prior to ground disturbing activities, and also 6E compliance. There is, and initially a 2006 letter from Na'ahele, and which really pretty much indicated it did not have an interest in claiming a portion of that trail. However, we got a more recent letter from Na'ahele in 2021 that expressed some concerns and wanted certain conditions. The applicant responded to that letter, and so we're bringing before you our staff recommendation of granting the easement with the conditions stated in our submittal. I believe Nani Hau Properties representative is here to answer any questions, as well as my staff person, Candice Martin. Thank you.
Okay, we do have Mr. Riley Smith, Mr. Bill Moore here. Did you want to add anything?
We're available if any questions come up.
Okay.
The submittal is pretty comprehensive.
Okay, board members, questions? All right, no questions. There's no other public testimony. The motion to approve?
Yes, so moved.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, D4.
Okay, D4 board members were basically trying to clean up a prior RP for Maui Land and Pine. They had previously requested to narrow the permit area when they ceased agriculture operations a number of years ago, and unfortunately, our local office at the time was not able to accommodate that request for various reasons. Anyway, we're coming back before the board here with what we believe is a fair resolution of this situation. Maui Land and Pine currently uses the land solely, really only for access. I think maybe for some utility purposes for water line, but mainly for access to get into the back area to help with the watershed management program that they're in, I guess, a partnership with various owners in the area together with DOFA, the Forestry Division. And so basically we're asking to narrow the RP area to basically the access area to retroactively apply the rent of $40 a month, considering that it is access for a worthy purpose such as watershed management. And that's our submittal. If you have any questions, I'm available, as well as unfortunately my Maui staff is not well today, so I'll be answering any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and we do have people here and online. Let me just call on you and ask if you want to add anything. Let's see, Po Mai Kai. Closure. Aloha.
Aloha mai kako. defer to Wade Kodama. Mahalo for the support of Pu'uko'i Watershed Preserve, as it's a prized gem of our Maui, Nui, as well as our state of Hawaii for watershed protection. Mahalo, Chair Case.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know if you all want to go in order. I'm just going in order of the slide up. Jeffrey Ueoka.
Oh, thank you, Chair. If you have any questions, we're available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Subrata.
Thank you, Chair. Likewise, if you have any question for us and the Pu'uko'i Watershed Preserve, we are available to answer.
Thank you. And Wade Kodama.
Yes, Chair. Here to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to Land Division for working through this with Maui Land and Pineapple for the benefit of the Watershed Partnership. I've been in this area, and it is a challenging access because you got to go through basically old cane lands, and the location of what's clear kind of changes from year to year. I don't know if it's gotten better since I was last there, but and then it goes up Mauka to get up to the work of the Watershed Partnership. So I appreciate you working through this for the access. Questions, board members? Ms. Santos.
I have a question for Russell. So it says here, the standard terms and conditions of the most current amendment of RP form may be amended from time to time. What kind of, what could happen
Conditions?
in the future, to cause that amendment?
Well, I'll give you an example. One example was we updated our insurance requirements. For liability insurance, that was one amendment we did at one time.
Okay.
And other provisions often get looked at by the Attorney General's office and get updated, especially on the liability and indemnity kind of provisions. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions?
Can I just ask one question about what happens with the rest of the parcel in terms of its?
We're coming back on a second submittal to ultimately set aside the area to DOFA. And we've already discussed that with DOFA, I understand them, and they're agreeable. So the larger area will be to the Division of Forestry and Wildlife.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah. I don't have any problem with what's being proposed here. I just wonder, and this is a question for Russell, the rent was on the books was $1,096 a month for several years, but they didn't actually pay that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not going to refund money. They were paying a lower.
No, it's showing up as an outstanding receivable. Yes.
Yeah, I just wonder what happened that this went on for years and years.
They were,
It was renewed, several times at $1,096 a month, right?
Yes. Yeah, and there were some conditions that the Maui office had been imposing, like, for example, phase one, for example, a survey for the narrow area. And this is where, a survey can be very costly. And this is where I had the idea that I understand it can be costly, especially when it's never been done before. The property has never been pinned, that we turn it into a revocable permit where there is less requirements. If you do a full-blown easement, you're going to have a survey for that. It's going to cost some money. And Maui Land and Pine, they just didn't have the resources to pay for that at that time.
Well,
There's other factors, but yes, it should have been moved on. If you're trying to say that we should have moved on it, yes. And this is one way I'm trying to rectify what was still on the books that had not been moved on, and trying to get it done before a certain time period. Yeah, because otherwise, if we had not done anything, we'd be still at the same situation showing it on the books. And the dispute is, I told you, Land Division, to narrow it, but we also came back and told them, well, you had certain conditions you have to comply with if you wanted the long-term easement. But no one really thought about the idea of why don't you just do an RP for the area and then narrow it, and so that you don't have to do a survey and incur those costs.
Yeah, no, all that is fine. I'm just wondering, when the monthly rent is being accrued and not paid, did Land Division consciously plan to do this retroactive reduction in the future?
No.
I just don't, they didn't bill the amount and remind the permittee, because these things that get renewed every year, it seems like this should have come up as, oh, this permittee is not in compliance with paying the rent.
I think we stopped renewing it after a certain point, forget the year, a number of years ago. But yeah, up until that point, it was being renewed, showing receivables, yeah. But it hasn't been renewed since, I think we have it in the board submittal. I forget the date, was it 17 or something like that?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why the rent didn't get collected for 7 years.
There was a dispute. It was disputed.
Okay, any other questions? Right, if not, is there a motion to approve D4 as submitted?
So moved, Chair.
For a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, D5.
D5, I think we have some representatives from the county. Yeah. D5 is a request from the county of Honolulu to use one of our sites in the Dillingham area for a HONU, or the homeless, temporary homeless shelter. My WAU district manager, Barry Chung, has been working closely with the state coordinator on homelessness, and they believe this site is appropriate. I believe the county, Mr. Darryl Young, is probably on board, or his staff. Oh, I see Award there. Hi, Award. Thank you.
Okay, Los Banos, do you want to add anything?
Hello, Chair Case, members of the Board of Land and Natural Resources. My name is Edward Los Banos, Deputy Director for the Department of Community Services, City and County of Honolulu. In the boardroom with you should be Darryl Young, the Administrator for our Community-Based Development Division. Want to thank the city, want to thank DLNR for their partnerships with us on these programs, both HONU and the next item, D6 Halemaʻoliʻola. I mean, they've been important resources for our homeless population. A news story broke a couple of weeks ago that the point in time count for the island of Oahu kind of went down by 11%. And, you know, that decrease, you know, isn't possible without these kind of facilities. So I just want to thank your prompt attention to this matter, and would appreciate your support for this action. Both Darryl and I can take any questions you have on the HONU program.
Thank you. Any questions, board members? No public testimony on this.
Move approval of staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, D6.
D6 is an area close to this HONU site. It's in Sand Island Park, and the county has an existing short-term lease of 4 years, I believe. I think they had an extension, and this is now asking to further extend that for another 4 years. They have tended to keep it rather short-term. It's an existing facility out and a portion of the Sand Island Park, between the park and between our industrial park that we have out there. Again, I believe the county is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no public testimony. Anything you want to add?
Just an update. I think the Halemaʻoliʻola shelter that we have there, accommodates up to 102 individuals. So again, it's an important for our inventory count. Otherwise, just appreciate your support on this action.
Any questions, board members?
Move approval of staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That passes unanimously. Let's take a 5-minute break. And then, item D7 is, there's no item D7 or 8, so we'll go to D9 when we come back from the break.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you for your work.
Thank you for all you're doing.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Mimi. That's for me.
Yes, it is.
I think something funny happened.
Ouch.
Okay, board members, if you're ready, we will start it again. Wait, I have to take my mask off. Okay, we're back from our break. We're gonna go to D9. Russell, you wanna go ahead?
Okay. First off, board members, I apologize for having to bring this back to the board for the third time. Mr. Bashore had indicated there might have been some misunderstanding on his side as to whether he was to appear on June 9th when we last heard this matter. So here we are in an effort to give him a shot, at least before the board. Our staff position has not changed. It remains the same. And I will say this, it's been challenging to obtain information about the loan from Mr. Bashore. It was not until I wrote a letter on June 21, specifically asking questions about the loan, did we get a response on June 22 from counsel, new counsel, Pettit and Dave Britton. They're handling the litigation side, which made it crystal clear. What we have here is what I suspected. It is not just an interest-only loan. It is a partial interest-only loan with the accrued interest coming backing in at the end of the term, increasing the balance to even higher than the 62 million. And that bothers me because never before, especially on May 31st, when Mr. Bashore was here and made those urging the board to consent to the mortgage, was it ever disclosed that this balance was really not 62 million? This board is asking, he's asking for a minimum approval of 67 or higher. And note that within his request, there is an option to extend for 2 years, 2 options to extend for 1 year each. If it's under the same terms and conditions, that mortgage will probably potentially could be in the 70s to $80 million range. Yet it was asked that please approve a $62 million loan, which we had a issue with because the principal loan balance that was previously approved was only 50. But that was, but anyway, so that's what we have here. That's what you're being asked to consent to. What I see is what I said. This is a pyramid. The debt keeps increasing. You're being asked to approve another loan. The payoff will be higher. Be higher, higher, higher. In this case, it's an adjustable rate mortgage, adjustable every 30 days in a market that is climbing. Having been in every aspect, a lender's counsel, I will say this. I see it from a borrower and actually a borrower yourself. I mean, I think we're all been borrowers. This loan is really a junk loan from a borrower's perspective. It is interest, less than interest only. You will owe more at the end of the term. It's high interest rate. Right now it's what, 13.2 as of the day that Mr. Britton wrote his letter. But that's adjustable every 30 days in a climbing market. From a lender's perspective, which I was also a lender, the borrower is high risk, extremely high risk. He's defaulted, has not made a payment for over 2 years on his mortgage. He's in foreclosure. The court has appointed a receiver. Now, one simple way in a lot of these kind of cases where if the property was marketable, it probably would have been sold by Mr. Bashar by now. I think he estimates his value is in $100 million range. Well, I'm sure he would have brought, but unfortunately, there's no buyers because he hasn't brought anyone to the table. If he actually had a buyer at that kind of number, or even 90 million, I'm sure this board would be asked, he would be here, and instead of a mortgage to consent or consent to mortgage, it will be a consent for the sale and assignment of the lease to pay off the first, and then he gets his money back. And let me talk about that part too, because there's been some illusion from counsel that it's all equity and it's the borrower's equity, and so he can increase the amount of the loan freely. Well, I differ to that, and I'll point out that and remind this board that this is an auction lease that has an assignment of premium policy. That is a requirement in the lease. We have a equity sharing agreement with the buyer, with the lessee, and what it calls for is not the equity after the mortgage, but the equity after the actual cost of improvements. The actual cost of improvements. That is it's on the statute, it's in our lease. The board can share in that profits, and right now our percentage, I calculated to be between at least 35, if not 40% of that difference between actual cost of improvements and the sales price. So if he was to sell it for 90 million, the state, i.e. DLNR/OHA, would be entitled to its portion of the proceeds. I urge this board not to approve this loan. This is not a good loan. There is an abundance of reasons why you could validly deny consenting to the requested mortgage. This is not your ordinary case. In the cases cited by Mr. Bashar's counsel on the consent, we did some research on that. None of those involved a consent to mortgage. They were all involving a consent to lease. And one must ask the question, why not? Because it is not commercially reasonable. My suggestion, my proposition is it is not commercially reasonable to allow a lessee to mortgage leasehold property in the private sector other than to improve the property. Here is to take money out to pay off and bail him out of the situation that he's in. And no question, he's in a very difficult situation right now. But those cases don't appear because they don't happen, because the landlord, a private landlord, did never allow a lessee to take money out for other purposes or even for personal purposes. They do allow you to take out mortgage and mortgage the property, put the money back into the property, because the landlord, the commercial landlord, ultimately at the end of the term would potentially share in whatever improvements is there. There was some argument, I guess, in Mr. Britton's letter and about the cash trap or claims against the bank, which is, all I gotta say is there's a cash management agreement. And I do know when a borrower is in default, the lender will also have the ability to not only accelerate the loan balance, but in a commercial context, when they can secure the hotel, they do reserve the right to control the cash to preserve the operations of the hotel, to preserve the asset that they've secured. Now, that's fine. They can file a counterclaim and they can litigate it. And Mr. Pettit and I have been through that in the past, but and we'll see where that goes. But I don't think that's neither here nor there for this board. I think what this board is being asked to do is whether you will allow state ceded lands to be further encumbered under these circumstances, which pretty much may lead to a very enormous loan balance at the end of the day. What my concern is in bankruptcy court or even in litigation is by allowing this mortgage, it would, and consenting to the estoppel certificate, the bank, let's say the new lender, later we get into the argument they want to sell the property and we want to assert our rights to our share in the sales proceeds. I'm sure we're going to face, and I think it's a valid argument, that this board consented to the mortgage and therefore you are stopped from taking that position. And please do not put us in that position. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions, board members?
Russell, where's OHA on this?
They haven't commented or anything. I don't know. They probably maybe not have been recognizing what I just said about the sales proceeds. But this is ceded land. So if we get whatever we get, our rent revenue, or if we get a portion of the sales proceeds, they would be getting about roughly 20%, yeah. Up to the whatever the legislature allows, yes.
Right. Okay, thanks for.
I have a question. There's something you said about the assignment premium, and there's something in the lease that I just don't understand. And that's at the end of the first paragraph, the 13th, paragraph 13, at the end of the first paragraph. And it talks about assignment may be made and subject to assignment of lease evaluation policy adopted by the board on December 15th, 1989. And then it says, except that payment of an assignment premium shall not be assessed. Does that operate to waive the payment of a premium?
I don't have that lease in front of me. I don't believe. I'm sorry, I don't have that lease. But that, I don't know what if you're suggesting it says it is waived. Is that what you're saying? It says. I don't know.
Well,
I don't have.
I'm just. Maybe if you.
That is not the policy. No, it's not the policy, and that is not our standard form. I can't imagine that being in the lease.
Where is it?
The state's GL 5844, paragraph 13. The last clause in the first paragraph.
Are you on a page?
I dug it up from something that was emailed to us. A copy of, I don't know where it's in the, I'm sure it's in the submittal, the original lease, 58.
No, the lease, we didn't attach the lease in the submittal.
Okay.
I'm trying to pull it up.
I know it was emailed to the board members in the last few days because I got it. Well, I hope it was. I got it.
I have a copy of it. What are you referring to, Chris?
Okay, paragraph 13.
Yes.
And the last clause in the first paragraph of paragraph 13. I'm puzzled by it because on the one hand it refers to the assignment of lease policy where you have a calculation of a premium due, and then but then it says, and as I read, it says after it talks about okay, I'll just read it. This is the operative part. Provided further that the approval of any assignment of lease shall be subject to the assignment of lease evaluation policy adopted by the board on December 15, 1989, as amended, a copy of which is attached hereto as Exhibit G, except that payment of an assignment premium shall not be assessed. So that's a question I have about it because it seems to point in two different directions here.
It seems inconsistent with the statute as well. I'll pull up the statute right now. Kristen. This is a actual express provision of the statute. No lease shall be transferable or assignable except by devised bequest or intestate succession, provided further with the approval of the board. The assignment and transfer of a lease or unit thereof may be made in accordance with current industry standards as determined by the board, i.e. the policy, provided further that the prior approval of any assignment of lease the board shall have the right to review and approve the consideration to be paid by the assignee and may condition its consent to the assignment of the lease, may condition its consent on the condition of assignment of lease by the payment by the lessee of a premium based on the amount of which the consideration of the assignment, whether by cash, credit, or otherwise, exceeds the depreciated cost of improvements and trade fixtures being transferred to the assignee. And then we have attached to the lease is Exhibit G is the assignment policy that was adopted by the board.
Yes, well, if you have a chance, because I will have some questions of other testifiers, I'm sure if you have a chance, if you look at that clause and try to explain what that's doing there. And that's all I have for Russell.
Okay. Any other questions right now before we go to testimony?
Oh,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
know, I need to say one thing. In past meetings, I've made a disclosure that my second cousin and her husband have a business that had a contract and did some work on the renovations of the Nani Loa. I didn't make that disclosure the last couple of times because I think that they're not involved anymore. In any case, I thought I should make the disclosure again out of an abundance of caution. I don't think that I've never talked to her about this, and I don't have any financial interest in my second cousin's business or her financial affairs generally.
All right, any other questions at this time?
No, I defer, I'd like to hear from the
All right,
petitioner first.
why don't we go ahead and hear from the applicant?
And I guess just as a point of a question, a procedure, I gather the action being requested today is a motion to reconsider the action that was taken at the last meeting.
We didn't take any action, we deferred it.
No,
I think we did.
rejected it.
Oh, that's right, we did
The
not.
first time we deferred it, and last time we.
So a motion for reconsideration,
So
really.
Vernon is correct. Yeah, we, at some point, we should, I think we do a motion to reconsider, and then if we want to reconsider, maybe we should do it now, actually.
So my suggestion is to hear the applicant respond to the various, I guess, letters that have been put out by Mr. Suji and amplified by Mr. Pettit, I guess, their counsel. There's still some posing questions. And at the conclusion of that, we can make a determination whether we wish to reconsider.
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Case and members of the board. David Britton for Case Lombardi and Pettit. I have here with me Ed Bouchard, who's the principal of WHR. I'm very surprised by Mr. Suji's comments. At the May 31 hearing, the board deferred this action, asking for additional information. The separate counsel supplied the note, the mortgage, the form of the consent. And then on June 14th, we sent a very detailed letter addressing the concerns Mr. Suji had raised. On June 22nd, we responded to some additional questions that he raised, and then he sent some follow-up emails that both myself and Mr. Bouchard responded to. So the allegation that it was very hard to get information from us, I think, is just pretty surprising because we've tried to be as transparent as possible and to provide the board with all of the information that it needs. It had the loan, so any questions about the terms of the loan, you know, could have been reviewed by Mr. Suji at the time. I'm not sure what additional information he needed beyond the actual terms of the document, but our letters do go into pretty express detail about how we got here and what we're asking for. And just to recap briefly, WHR bought the Nani Loa, now operated as a DoubleTree by Hilton. It was in bankruptcy, it was not in good shape, and they have turned it around into something that is doing quite well. They have 170 employees, dozens of local suppliers and vendors. I'm not sure if your second cousin business is still one of them, but I think that's neither here nor there. And they have really a great standing in the community and have done a terrific job of helping Hilo turn around. We submitted a letter of support from Chris Leonard with Hawaii News Now. We have another letter of support that we'd like to submit to the board from Katie Pickman, who's also with Hawaii News Now, if I may. Chair Katie. Unfortunately, I don't have one I thought Mr. Suchi would be here, but we did submit the letters of support through the deal on our portal. I have copies for each of the board members that are here. Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Yoon, would you like a copy? Thank you. Mr. Char, do you have a copy? Again, this notes that WHR has been a real benefit to the community as somebody that has worked very hard to help Hilo turn around. We also wanted to read in as testimony a letter of support from the folks behind the Merry Monarch Festival. It's quite short, I won't take up too much of your time, but I think this is important to hear as to what is really at stake here. So this is a letter from Auntie Luana, and it says, it's dated June 23rd, 2022. We'll submit this as well, just so that it's in the record, but it says, Aloha Chair Case and Deal and our board members. On behalf of the Merry Monarch Festival, I would like to express our support of the Grand Nani Loa Resort, WHR LLC and Tower Development, who have made Nani Loa Community a hotel, inviting the community to enjoy events that support local musicians, hula halau, and many other cultural events, especially during Merry Monarch. Nani Loa ownership continues to participate in supporting the community and have built strong partnerships to make sure Hilo is growing with opportunity. Approving this loan will ensure that there will be enough hotel rooms and not have any negative impact on Merry Monarch over the next 2 years. Mahalo for your consideration. Sincerely, Luana Cabello. Auntie Luana. So, you know, what's really at stake here is the continued success of the hotel, employment for the 170 families that work there, all of the local suppliers and vendors. I think Mr. Suji's comments do not take into account the fact that the hotel ran into trouble because of the COVID-19 pandemic. They came before the board in 2018, they had a loan from Wells Fargo. You know, things were going great, and then 2020 rolled around and the world just kind of fell off a cliff. Tourists couldn't come, the hotel ran into trouble with its existing lender, we don't deny that. But pretty much everybody ran into trouble in years of 2020. WHR elected to reopen the hotel. It strategically positioned it. It is doing particularly well at the moment. It's doing month-over-month revenues are up, year-over-year revenues are up. So, you know, everything is going well except the relationship with the existing lender, who has unfortunately taken this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, demand things that we think that they're not entitled to, including default interest in the millions of dollars. And unfortunately, they demanded that WHR pay off the loan in its entirety. So WHR went out and they found a lender in Sculptor Capital Management, which is a real lender. It's a big boy. It's somebody that has billions of dollars under assets. They professionally underwrite loans across the country. And, you know, they generally value properties in the 60 to 70% range. We have a letter from Mark Bratton that we've submitted as well. Hopefully the board will have the opportunity to do that, where he goes into, and Mr. Bratton's with CB Richard Ellis? Collier, sorry. Apologies to Mr. Bratton. He is available if the board would like to talk to him, and he goes through his estimation. He's a very experienced builder in Hawaii, that this is a commercially reasonable loan. It's underwritten probably at the 70% LTV, so the hotel is worth $90 to $110 million. Mr. Bushore probably could sell it for in excess of what current lender is owed, probably could sell it for in excess of whatever amounts are going to be due under the new loan, but WHR is local investors. They're people who have an interest in Hilo. They want to see Hilo succeed. They interact with local folks, and they've turned it into a community destination. Not everything is about, just selling it off at the first opportunity. They are a long-term operation, and they would like to continue to operate the hotel and be a part of the community. People like Mike Paul and people like Tyree Jenkins, people like Mr. Bushore, who have demonstrated their commitment to the hotel. When the hotel was on the ropes, they went out, they got some assistance from the government, which the current lender has out about, but that's part of the reason, you would have to read all of the pleadings, but that was one of the allegations that they raised. But, WHR wanted to keep its employees employed and did what was necessary during the COVID years to do that. It's unfortunate that the current lender does not wish to reinstate the loan. They have taken a very sharp-elbowed approach to this. They have shown no compunction in just not paying vendors, not paying suppliers to the tune where the hotel couldn't even buy alcohol on Valentine's Day weekend. They just shut off all of the money. And then in order to get the receiver appointed, they said that they weren't going to pay the employees. They've trapped the cash for the hotel. So the hotel generates sufficient operating income now to pay the loan that's due and all of the operating expenses, and generates significant additional cash flow on top of that. But there is a cash management agreement. The existing lender has trapped all of the cash, so WHR has not been able to access any of it. So the existing lender created this emergency to get the receiver appointed. The receiver has now been appointed, and everything's being paid. The receiver will be removed once, if the board consents to the loan goes forward. The receiver will be out of the picture, and they'll be able to continue operating the hotel. Describing this as a pyramid, I just have no idea where Mr. Tsuji is getting that. This is by design, this is a short-term loan that lets WHR get back on its feet. It has the opportunity to pay off early. The outside figures that we gave of $67 million are if interest rates go way up and operating income goes way down. If there's excess operating income, they can pay additional amounts each month to make sure that that final balloon payment is lower. So we gave you an outside range, and Mr. Tsuji is using that to say that that's somehow deceptive or somehow not how this loan is supposed to work, and that's just not right. I mean, there is an outside chance it could go to that amount, but if the hotel is worth $110 million, who cares if the loan is $67 million? They could go and they could sell it at any time and retire that debt if they needed to. The loan is, a real loan from a real lender, and it's on commercially reasonable terms for commercial loans of this type. I'm not sure what kind of is in, but this is today's market, and we have, actual outside brokers who agree with us that this is a commercially reasonable loan. Which, when taking the totality of the circumstances into consideration, the loan is eminently reasonable. There is plenty of excess equity. There is plenty of excess cash flow. We've delivered to the board 2-year pro formas that show what the performance will be, and we actually estimated a little higher than where the current rates are to show. I'm not sure if the board has had the opportunity to review those. They're confidential, so we don't want them shared with anybody, but we brought them with us if the board would like to take a look at that to see the amount of cash flow that's generated that we estimate conservatively is going to be generated on a monthly basis. So yes, interest rates are currently floating up. There is an interest rate cap, so they can't float up indefinitely. And there's also a $2 million interest reserve that was funded with outside cash. It's not being funded as part of the loan. That's cash that Mr. Bushore and his investors have come up with. And that will in the event that the hotel is unable to pay the interest, not likely, the interest reserve kicks in to pay the interest in that instance. So if the money is never used, that comes off the amount that's due, because the lender is going to hold that money. So the actual amount due could be $2 million less than the $67 million. The state is protected in that it's got a $1 million payment bond. Mr. Bashir is taking care of the delinquencies with respect to the state, so the state remains secured. And there's really not a lot of risk with this loan. It is reflective of the fact that Mr. Bashir and WHR have vastly increased the value of the asset. They bought it, it was in bankruptcy, it was run down, they fixed it up, they've got a Hilton franchise there. As it goes up, the value of the loan that goes on the property is appropriate to reflect the value that has been created there. So I think that those comments really don't address the facts as they actually are, and I hope the board has had the opportunity to read our 2 letters, which rebut in detail each of the allegations that I think Mr. C. Finally, with respect to the claim about the payment guarantee, I appreciate Mr. Yuen catching that. I think it's unquestioned that the state has waived the assignment premium in this case. I mean, that's just plain as day. The statute that Mr. Tsuji quoted, I don't have it in front of me because this is the first time he's raised this issue. I believe it said may, so it was in the discretion of the board whether or not to waive the assignment premium. I think, and we have copies here for anybody who would like to read it on the board who doesn't have a copy. I think it's pretty clear that the assignment premium is not something that the board it would be entitled to in this instance. So with that, I just want to reiterate that this is a real life situation for all of the people that depend on the hotel. The current situation, there is a receiver in place, there's a foreclosure action. Eventually, if the loan is not consented to, then there's a whole series of unknown incidents that are going to take place. There's going to be a lot of litigation. The lender is able to assert all of the default interest that it claims it's entitled to is unknown, but let's say that they succeeded a foreclosure sale, then you potentially have an unknown third party that purchases it at auction that the board has no relationship and little control over, or this particular lender could step in and credit bid, but this lender has demonstrated what it thinks of its responsibilities to the community, which is nothing. It was more than happy to force the issue by just not paying people, and was unconcerned with the fact that 170 people weren't going to get a paycheck unless it got its way. So we don't think that they are a great long-term partner for the state in the way that WHR has demonstrated that it's committed to the community. Bankruptcy, it could happen, in which case there's also a series of unknown things, including potentially, people losing their jobs. So on the one hand, you can consent to a loan that, people who are in the business today believe is commercially reasonable, certainly supported by valuations, certainly supported by the income that has been generated and what we anticipate will be able to be generated in the future. And that allows the hotel to continue. It allows people to continue to employ. It allows the Merry Monarch to go on. Or we can just descend into a whirlwind of litigation, which benefits lawyers like me, but nobody else. So we really think that it's, more than reasonable for the board to consent to the loan. And that's really the standard under the lease is, consent is not to be unreasonably withheld. The lease states that the chairperson is entitled to make that determination. I understand that she wants the input, which is, I think, but we respectfully request that the board entertain the motion to reconsider and grant its request in this case. We're happy to go over anything you'd like to go over in detail.
Okay. Questions, board members?
I have a lot of questions. Let somebody else go first, though.
Can I ask just 2 questions, maybe to start? My first question is just, obviously, the pandemic has been a very difficult time for all business owners. I'm a small business owner. I'm just curious whether any of the federal programs to support businesses through the pandemic were made use of, And if so, if you could just talk a little bit about how
Sure,
that
yeah.
goes.
WHR did go and get a PPP loan and got what's called an EIDL loan. And the existing lender took the position that those were defaults under the loan, which entitled them to default interest because WHR did not go and get their express consent beforehand. So yes, in the depths of the depression, WHR took the steps necessary to keep the operation going. And, you know, the existing lender has taken advantage of that. The loans have been repaid. They're not outstanding at all. They're repaid in full. But yes, they did what was necessary to do to keep the operation alive in the depths of the pandemic.
Okay. And then I guess my second question is just thinking about ability to make payments on this new proposed loan. Obviously, we're, as a, you know, sort of nation experiencing a likely period of, or we are experiencing inflation, likely moving into some sort of recession-esque type economic situation. Have you taken into consideration how that might impact your ability to be able to pay on this new loan going forward?
Yeah, the new loan requires an interest cap, so there is a cap on how high the interest can go. And it also requires a $2 million interest reserve. So, you know, in the event that the monies can't be repaid, the interest reserve kicks in. So there's currently a significant amount of excess cash flow. I don't know if you had the chance to look at the pro formas. We're happy to go over with them if you like, but let's say that rates go up, 1%, the operation cash can handle that without any problem. Let's say it goes up 2%, the operational cash can take care of that with any problem. Let's say it goes up to the maximum permitted under the loan, well, they can still cover it, and if there's a significant dip in tourism, which is not what anyone expects, especially if Japan leads to significant an increase, the $2 million interest reserve is there to take care of that. So, the loan, this is a professionally underwritten loan by people who are in the business, and they are not in the business of lending to people that are about to fail. They've all got problems of their own from the pandemic. They're looking for new, good loans, and this is a property that is appropriate for somebody like Sculptor to invest in. And you can look them up. They're real players. They're not some fly-by-night operation. So, yeah, we think that we're well protected and that this is an appropriate loan for the circumstances.
Any other questions?
What's the interest cap? Sorry, you said there's a cap. What is it?
Sure.
There's a 4.5% interest cap. So we are at risk that interest rates could go up 4.5%, and we'd have to absorb that. And so if you look at the income right now, it's doing so well that we have probably $1 million to $1.5 million of excess income, even paying the loan today, the new loan. So there's $1.5 million there. So you multiply that by 2 years, that's $3 million of extra cash. And then we have to, out of our own pocket, have to hand the lender $2 million that they put in an account that is interest reserve. So if you add the $2 million plus the excess cash flow, there's over $4 million to cover the potential interest rates going up. So that's what professional lenders do. They make sure that they're going to get their payments because they're more concerned about it than you. The lender wants to make sure he's going to get their payment amount. So we have that coverage and the interest rate cap in the loan to cover increases. And that wasn't, I think it's really important that there's pros and cons to every type of loan. The pros have not been acknowledged to the board. They've never even been, we sent the promissory note and the mortgage and all of that's in there. But not one single pro of what we did to make sure that the ownership and DLNR is protected, but more importantly, the community. Community is number one to Tower. Our relationships, we live there. We're Hilo residents. The president of Tower lives in Hilo. All our relationships are with the community. Auntie Lomoana is absolutely key to the success of our hotel, and the relationship is deep. Mike Pollan, the most experienced hotelier in the state. Most people know, Aqua Hotels, and he grew up working on the docks when he was 17 years old in Hilo, and we submitted his letter. Mike Pollan is our partner, our asset manager, and, his equal brains to Stuart as president, or myself, and all the other owners. The owner of America Asia Travel, Helen Koo, is a partner. Everyone that owns this hotel lives in Hawaii. There's some that don't, but this is made up of local people who want the success of this hotel. So I think one point that I need to point out is, yes, I could probably sell the hotel and say, why worry about stabilizing the hotel after COVID? Well, the reason why is we don't want to sell it to someone else who won't care. We want to stabilize the hotel with this new loan so that we can keep owning the hotel. We want to own the hotel, and the partners want to own the hotel. We all voted in the sense of the major asset managers to keep the hotel, not just sell it and take $95 million today and pay the loan off of $62 million and take our profits. It's not about the money. It's about what's right. And what's right is for us to get through this COVID, do a 2-year loan, make sure we can cover those interest payments, make sure we can keep the relationships. Anthony Wana is definitely scared that 60th year anniversary of Mary Monarch next year, and we don't get a new loan approved. We have no receiver with a new loan. We have no BK with a new loan. We have 2 years of success and 2 years of Mary Monarch having no issues. We need to ensure that. We need to ensure the rooms. We need to ensure the success of Hilo. And that's why we went out to 35 different lenders in the last 6 months and tried to get someone who would do a nice 2-year loan that we knew we could afford to get past COVID. We never expected all cons in a staff report and not one single pro. $2 million interest. The property covers the debt service. We are only asking for a $62 million loan. We are not asking for a $67 million loan that Russell implies. And the reason why is because the cash flow pays the extra as we go. So if we have cash flow of $2 million in the next 12 months, it pays that extra interest. The loan doesn't grow unless we don't pay that. And right now, we're having record months. And in the horizon, it's record months. People want to come to Hawaii, and people are staying at the hotel, and we are doing very well. And we think this loan gets us through 2 years. And let's say we are at 67 and the cash flow doesn't pay the extra $4 million in interest. We think it will, but if it doesn't, we'll be at 67 million. And you know what? If we're forced to sell at a 95 or 100 million or 110 million in 2 years, we'll be bummed. We want to own the hotel, but we could always pay Russell $67 million with the 90, 95, 100. Some people say 110. I'm not gonna give an opinion, but the value of the hotel can pay the 67. We'd have a line out the door if we sold the hotel for 67 million to pay the loan off. So the pros need to be pointed out here so that the board can make a reasonable decision. And the pros are the value of the hotel easily pays 67 today. It pays 67 million in 2 years by $20 million in our pockets as partners. And we'd love that, but that's not our goal here. Our goal here is just to do what's right. Get over COVID. Get this lender that has not been fair to us paid off because they could care less about Hilo. Get them out of the picture. Sculptor does care. We believe Sculptor does care about Hilo. We went to people who we personally feel comfortable saying we're good with this lender. We are not good with the people in charge of the current loan. We think if they took over ownership ever, it would be an absolute mess. We believe Sculptor is a great lender, and the people personally have come and seen it. We know them, and we personally feel comfortable that they are the right choice to get us through the next 2 years of success. And if we have the opportunity to refinance in 2 years, and the COVID is over, and the world is stabilized, great, we'll refinance again. If we're thrown into a situation where we've got to sell the hotel and take profits, you know, that's always the protection that DLNR has, is we can always sell the hotel, pay the loan off. But we don't want to sell the hotel today. That's not our goal.
Okay, questions?
Well, I have a bunch of questions. I want to make sure I understand the Sculptor loan. So it looks like the interest is 11.75% plus this SOFR, Secured Overnight Funds Rate. But WHR pays less. It's 7.25% plus this SOFR.
Yes, yes.
So there's 4.5% that if you pay the minimum, that gets added.
Correct.
Or it's paid out of cash flow.
Yeah,
It's paid.
if you
one or
pay
the
the
other.
minimum. Yeah.
Then there is, so then the only thing that fluctuates is the SOFR?
Correct. I believe that's correct.
Okay. Now, this I don't know. How volatile is that?
Well, it goes up and down, but it's averaged over a 30-day period. So every day the rate changes.
Yeah, no, I
and
mean,
then they average the rate.
Is it volatile, like sometimes it's 4% and sometimes it's 1%? Or is it?
I don't know the history.
I can give you the answer.
Yeah.
The average over the last 30 days has been 0.9, not even 1%. For the last 30 days.
Yeah.
And over the last, year, that average is probably somewhere in the range of 0.4, not even 1%.
Yeah.
0.4 to 5. So there's never been this 4% SOFR. We're at 0.9 over 30 days right now, and that's the average they take. And so let's say it's volatile in the next year. Take the worst case, but we need to analyze that. We do that as business people.
Yeah.
It's a very good question. So it could maybe double. It hasn't doubled in 5 years, but let's take it, it could go to 2. And it could go from 0.9 right now on the 30-day average to 2% over another year. Yes, there's a risk of that, and let's acknowledge it. And can the property support that? And the answer is yes. Would it go 4 times higher? We got a lot worse problems if things go 4 times higher. But yes, Chris, it can go up, but it has not been volatile. Your question is no, it is not volatile. It has not gone up to 4 ever. It has not jumped from 1 to 3 and then back to 1. No, it's averaged under 1% for the last many years.
And then you said that there was a cap of, so then it's the SOFR can only go up to 4.5%?
Correct.
So if it went to 5%, you would pay
There's a 4.5% cap of increases.
Increases, all right.
Okay, so that we have to analyze what is that 4.5% risk to us as owners. And if, let's say, it went up 4.5% and we were $1 million short, on cash flow. Let's say it went a year from now, I don't believe there's a possibility it could go from 1 to 4.5 in 12-month period. That's pretty difficult, but maybe there's a circumstance Russia missile misses and hits Poland and the world goes into World War III, and if that's how we're underwriting a reasonable consent, then let's acknowledge, okay, well, that might happen, but that's not a reasonable risk. I think it's beyond reasonable. I think what a reasonable risk is, maybe it goes up another point, maybe it goes up another 1.5 points, and can we afford another 1.5 points? And the answer is yes.
What the interest rate curve is there for.
And then that is actually funded by you?
Yes.
By you and your investors?
Yes.
All right. Could you talk about your history with Wilmington, because what I noticed is, all right, so COVID hits and you stop paying. You don't pay April 2020, right?
Right.
And you don't pay any until September 2021.
Correct.
But then Wilmington doesn't do anything until maybe like November. They file a suit for foreclosure.
In December.
And in the when
And
you
we were
actually,
paying current.
when
We
you
were paying.
started, but you're back over a year.
Why?
Yeah, are you dealing with them, or something go wrong? What is?
I can speak to that. I think it's boiled down to the fact that these are very sharp-elbowed business people that, are just taking advantage of the situation. They for whatever reason, and we have, WHR has employed some consultants to try and help out, and they do loan workouts all the time, and they've stated that they've never seen anybody act in this fashion. Rialto, the special servicer, has just decided that they wanted to choke off the cash flow and install a receiver, and we objected to that because we didn't think one was appropriate, because, we're paying the loan and we're, cash flow is being generated. And they filed a foreclosure suit, and there's a cash management agreement that allows them to trap all the cash that the hotel throws off. So they just took all the cash and stopped paying people. And that's been something that's caused a lot of the problems. They didn't pay vendors, they didn't pay suppliers, the hotel was not able to access certain goods and services during peak periods like the Super Bowl and Valentine's Day and all that kind of stuff, because Rialto really wanted to put in a receiver to no particular purpose that we can see other than it gives them complete control, even though they already had control of all of the purse strings. So why are they doing it? We'd have to ask them. They have not communicated to us why these steps are being taken, but they appear to want to take control of the hotel and be in control of the cash. And when the board, we were teed up for approval on May 31, and the board elected to defer, and Rialto then said they weren't going to pay any of the employees unless a receiver was appointed, and the court looked at that and said, well, I can't let 170 people not get paid, so it appointed the receiver.
But they're holding the cash.
Yeah. Rialto has been holding the cash since
October 11th.
It's October 11, 2021, so they've been in complete control of payments, and then they don't make payments, and they claim that that's a default under the loan.
Well, I think it's very important that on October 1, our accounts receivable were zero, and we started paying the loan current September, October, November, December. On October 1, our accounts payable was zero. We were current with everybody. We caught up through COVID. We're running good.
Including your loan payments?
The 18 months, we never could afford to pay. So the accounts payables for all our vendors for the operations, and that's, you have accounts payable for operations.
Are they theoretically withholding the cash so
Yes.
they can pay
What
themselves
they did,
back?
once we started making,
cash collateral.
once we made payments September and October 1st, they said, wow, the hotel, we sent them the reports, the hotel is doing fantastic. Take the cash. They implemented cash management. They put the next 5 months in cash management, $5 million that they controlled. We couldn't touch it. We couldn't pay the local vendors anymore because the lender took cash management. Hilton calls me and says, how come our accounts payable is now $400,000, $500,000? Because the cash management people won't pay you. We were current with Hilton before the lender did this to us and the people at Elo. And so we're trying to get these people out that would treat, we would never have had any accounts payable. We would have continued to pay the lender current every month, September, October, November, all the way through the current. We had the operational cash flow. So it's so painful for us to see this when it never had to happen. If they wouldn't have taken cash management, we wouldn't have any vendors have accounts payable to do. The Hilton would have never gotten. Currently, we, through the lawyers, they've gotten cash management people to approve paying all the vendors, and I think right now they're pretty caught up.
Yeah.
But there's $4 million sitting in that bank account that they could pay everybody
including themselves.
But we don't have control to make the payments because they went in and took the cash out of the hotel under the security agreement, which all lenders have the right to do.
Okay, let me go to a different question. So, but then you started getting positive cash flow around June, when you got the Love Island production, all right? Well, June, July, August, you don't pay.
We were catching up on accounts payable. The hotel was first, you pay all the vendors and Hilton. So when we got positive cash flow, the management company who cuts the checks said, let's get everybody caught current. So from June, when things turned around, June last year, the goal was to get everybody caught up. And they did a great job. And the vendors who had patience, parking companies and the Hilo vendors, they had great patience and they worked with the hotel management company who pays them. Got all caught up by, you know, I would say by October 1, everybody was caught current, zero accounts payable. Fine job done.
You didn't have any, you weren't able to renegotiate with Wilmington.
We asked.
Where you would have some kind of leeway to.
We asked, Chris, it's a great question. We cannot figure out, we offered, I have 6 offers to pay the 18 months of interest from August, September, October, November, December, where I made offers that the partnership would pay and make payments on the 18 months of payments. And they just will not respond. They were just not nice to us. And I don't know why.
They're also demanding interest, default interest, back to pretty much days after they got an assignment of a loan based on, you know, we think it's just a complete misreading of the situation, and they've not been willing to compromise on that claim.
Well, it seems like they got the assignment of the loan almost immediately.
They did,
In
Wells
late
Fargo
2018
spun it off.
from Wells Fargo.
Yep.
Okay. I
That's
just
our
want to make sure
point.
I understand the Wilmington loan. Does that have a maturity, is that due September 2023? It was only a 5-year loan in itself?
Correct.
And was it only was it also like an interest-only loan?
No, it's an amortized loan.
It would be amortized fully over 5 years?
No, it was just amortized, some portion of it, during the term, not fully amortized.
Yeah, so you would have.
Some payments.
So you'd have had to come to.
So the
for a
$50 million.
consent to a new.
The $50 million loan now is down at, let's say, $49 million. $1 million has been amortized.
Well, but you would have had to come to this board for a consent for a new loan in September 2023.
Yes, we will.
I mean, if everything had gone all right with the Wilmington loan.
Correct.
Here's a big question for me, and we went through this at the last meeting, and this is a question of the excess over the construction loan. You know, you had a construction loan for something like $20 million. You had a new loan approved by the board and consented, you know, in August 2018 for about $50 million. There's roughly $29 million extra money. And I think your answer last time was that it goes to pay off the investors. And it seems too much.
Well, I will tell you, there was $22 million over the construction loan.
All right.
Of investor money to build the hotel.
Oh, okay.
That's what's missing. So, it's $22 million of cash from partners plus construction loan is what built the hotel, not just the construction loan.
Right.
So, say 20 and 22 is $44 million.
All right.
So, and then you have interest on loans, and you have costs. So there's all kinds of interest and costs for the loan. You pay, you know, a percentage point closing cost for the loan and all that jazz. So,
so those investors were only construction investors?
no, they're still partners today.
It's just that
They were given their money back that they put in to help build the hotel.
and now they still have, they have a percentage position. But their cash advances that were the original equity got replaced
By this loan. That is correct.
but nothing extra.
No, there was approximately 7%, what they call a preferred return when you invest in, real estate. So they got parts of their preferred return repaid to them that is due from the company. It's almost like they get a preferred return on the dollars they put in. So if they put in $1 million, they would get $70,000 paid back for putting that money up.
One of the things that Wilmington complains about in their filings is a $4 million mezzanine loan. Would you explain that?
That doesn't exist. They made that up out of thin air. Their lawyers have come with all these outlandish arguments to try to create a default so they could charge default interest. We have people who have advanced money to WHR partners, right? And we call those advances. Let's say, hey, we were short money for the loan. Well, in our ownership documents, anybody can advance that money so that we don't miss an interest payment. So we have $4,700,000 on the books from our own partners advancing money. A definition of a mezzanine loan is somebody outside the partnership, a third party, that gets a secured interest, a pledge, if you will, of our ownership interests. And that's the definition of it's kind of a quick summary of a mezzanine loan. First, it's not a partner just giving money and capital up. And so we don't have any mezzanine loans. And their lawyers have tried to create a default basis by saying that, and it's untrue.
But for clarity, it was noted on a balance sheet of WHR incorrectly as a mezzanine loan, and they said, what's this mezzanine loan? And Mr. Brochure has explained till he's blue in the face that it's not a mezzanine loan, it was an advance of capital, and they keep saying it's an unauthorized mezzanine loan, and therefore we get to charge you default interest back to September 30, 2018, which runs at this point into like $4 million that they're claiming.
But I signed an affidavit declaration that states I'm the manager, and it was all money from partners, and it's not a mezzanine. And it's, how headings on a balance sheet are global, and it talks about things. So it was something that was on an old heading, and they said, well, you headed it that way. Well, it's partner money, and they're not mezzanine monies.
Well, I think you explained another question, because I couldn't see why there would be a default back at the beginning of the loan. I mean, I can understand why they're claiming a default from April 2020.
That has been the essence of our dispute with them, is they look at it and they say, well, if that's a mezzanine loan, we get an extra $4 million. And we say it's not a mezzanine loan, and 2 days, they got an assignment of the loan the loan was August 28, 2018, they got an assignment of the loan, I think, September 30th. So, I mean, Wells Fargo had underwritten the loan, they had looked at the operating agreements, Wells Fargo just turned the loan, they made it and they immediately assigned it without coming to the board, as they had the right to do. And without talking to WHR about it, they just did it. One day you're paying Wells Fargo, the next day you're paying Wilmington. But it's been to their advantage to claim that.
So the actual interest owed Wilmington, not, like, you just add up the months that were missed, how much is that?
That's about, off the top of my head.
It's astounding that it's close to $4 million, and they're asking for
an additional
$10 million in default.
They're asking, so it's about $4 million
over 2 years.
$4 million and then $6 million in extra fees.
There are some fees, these are loans that have, there's like a yield premium and stuff like that, you just gotta pay. But the default interest has been the sticking point, because, it's not a mezzanine loan, it's something that was permitted under the operating agreement that was reviewed and approved by Wells Fargo, and they're just licking their chops, and they have no incentive to take a different position because that's a lot of money.
Can I interject with a quick
Sure.
question? So the loan that you're seeking now would be to cover the cost of buying them out and an assumption that you would pay them all of those.
Well, we're trying to
Fees
negotiate
or-
less.
Okay.
You know, and hopefully they'll be reasonable once, I think that we had delays in getting the loan underwritten, and I think maybe Rialto didn't think the loan was real, but we're here, and if the board consents, the loan will go forward. We'll have to negotiate with them a little bit on the fees. Hopefully they'll be reasonable, but, they have to be taken out, for the foreclosure lawsuit.
But the loan you're asking for accounts for being able to cover
Yes.
all of those. So if you are able to negotiate those fees or penalties down, then that additional money will go to,
Well, the first part of your question, is about the excess interest that they're alleging they're owed an extra $4 million from interest
right,
from way back when we signed the loan. When they
right,
were
it
never
sounds like you're
default.
trying to get rid of that in some sort of negotiation.
The $62 million loan does not cover that.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay. Okay. So are you hoping you'll be able to negotiate all of that away?
Well, they don't have a legal right to it, so, they're not gonna ever get that because they don't have a legal right to it.
But presumably they might not accept your,
There'll be a haggle.
yeah. Okay. But there's a possibility that they might still,
Well, if they'd like to end up in years of litigation, however many tens of millions of dollars the claim would be, I mean, this would be real money. Lender liability, they would be on the hook for whatever their damages are, which could be the entire $110 million value of the hotel. So this is not an uncommon tactic with the lenders. You know, they strong arm you, they strong arm you, but we're gonna put a whole bunch of money on the table, and they're gonna get a whole bunch of money that default interest and fees and costs and lawyers' fees and things like that. We think at the end of the day that there will be a successful.
is there a term within which the new proposed lender, within which you need to make that negotiation, or the
Yeah, we need to do it right away.
lender?
It's all dependent on what action this board takes. So if the board consents to the loan, then we're going to immediately proceed to finalize the documents. It costs WHR money every day, but I'm talking about it, but it needs to happen shortly. Sculptor will not wait forever because it's a long time. We haven't, there's not a, or if you're asking if there is a drop dead date, there is not an official drop dead date.
Got it. Okay.
And this will be actually my last question, and I am gonna make a motion to go into executive session because there are a bunch of legal issues. I mean, there are actually two last questions. One is, you're taking position that the state does not have any assignment premium due if the hotel is assigned. Okay. And the second,
Could I explain that?
Okay.
What nobody has explained?
Yes.
So when this lease was done, when we bought it in bankruptcy, we researched this a little bit, and there was an obligation to make significant improvements in the hotel to the original lessee. And many times, you know, that's a negotiating point. So I think he was obligated, I can't do it off memory, but recollection is someone was 10 million or 12 million or whatever he was supposed to put in. And so sometimes when that happens, you have the discretion to waive, and expressly waive in the ground lease, which this lease did, Exhibit G, except the payment of an assignment premium shall not be assessed. But that was for consideration of improving the property. So I just wanted to make clear, let's say, by example, I took over the lease and never put in that 40 million into the hotel, then, you know, you guys would probably be a little upset because we didn't put the 40 million in, but you waived that provision. So there was I believe that must have been a consideration way back when, that someone had an obligation to improve the property for you guys to expressly waive that. That's just my recollection. Because we analyzed that when we bought the hotel, and we said, well, Ken was supposed to do certain things, so maybe that's why they waived it.
Was this clause in Mr. Fujiyama's lease?
Yes,
All right, and so you got it in bankruptcy.
I
You
am.
just took over the terms, you didn't negotiate this clause, it was already in there.
Correct.
All
That's
right.
why I said my recollection of the history of it was
All right.
based on that. I don't have firsthand knowledge on that.
And then my last question for Mr. Britton is whether it's common for the lender to, if this goes to, they haven't actually asked the judge to foreclose on the property, right?
Well, they've filed a foreclosure complaint, they have not filed a motion for summary judgment.
Yes,
seeking
and
foreclosure.
if it's auctioned, do commercial lenders like this credit bid?
Yes. That seems to be the game.
Ah, I see.
It's a very successful hotel, and I would say, based on their behavior so far, this is not a partner that you want.
Okay, I'll make a motion to go into executive session.
Can I-
First, yeah, oh, sure, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
First of all, I guess one of the questions I have on the consent to mortgage is, who is the lender? There's a reference in the consent to
Hilo Hotel Funding LLC.
right, which is an administrative agent for lenders from time to time. So, do we know who the lender is at this point?
Yes, Sculptor Capital Management is the lender, but it's going to set up an LLC to be a special purpose entity to hold the loan.
And it'll own 100%.
Hilo Hotel Funding LLC is a wholly owned subsidiary of Sculptor. They're just creating an SPE to hold the loan, which is common for them.
But are we gonna have potential problems again in the future? I mean, initially you went to Wells Fargo and then it went to Wilmington, you said, without, your knowledge. By signing this consent, as administrative agent to to the lender, and lenders that might change from time to time. Are we potentially in the same issue again if we were to consent to this, where it would be that if it's really Sculptor that's making the loan and they in turn can assign it to?
Well, that is a risk. Sculptor, has indicated that they want to hold the loan and they want to be partners with WHR. It's a pretty short-term loan, so,
So would there be any objection if we were to sign this consent and remove the provision on the loan or portions of thereof may be transferred from time to time without consent?
that would kill the deal.
To-
There's no way that Sculptor will agree to that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we would have to ask Sculptor, but my sense is that no lender would agree to that.
So potentially we could rise into the same problem again?
It is a potential. We don't think it's they have a relationship.
Should I do
with
a
Sculptor.
jab? I don't think there's another Rialto. I don't think there's another lender like we have that has all these things.
Yeah.
I don't think there's another one like them. But, Sculptor, I do think we should address the issue. Sculptor and Tower and WHR have discussed, why we selected them, and that is because they do want to have a relationship in the state of Hawaii with WHR and Tower, unlike, these other lenders. And so they desire that relationship and are seeking that relationship. So I feel comfortable that they are, I'll say 75%, just to be safe, more likely to keep it because of our relationship than what happened in the last lender. I believe Sculptor is more likely to stay with us than assign it away right away, like Wells Fargo did.
Yeah, and it should be pointed out that Wilmington, put it in a collateralized mortgage for those, the pool of mortgages that it got put in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So, just pointing out that Wilmington, put it in a collateralized mortgage bundle, which is unlikely, which is not what Sculptor is planning to do, because Hilton Funding is an SPE versus, what Wilmington did, which was to bundle the loan with a lot of other loans.
Okay.
So here we have a single entity that's going to be the lending entity versus Wilmington, which is actually acts as trustee for a collateralized debt.
Yeah,
mortgage
I guess
obligation.
concern is whether there is some provision that if we were to consent to preclude something of that nature where it ends up in an investor,
Yeah, unfortunately, that is not industry standard. There's essentially no lender that would agree to a prohibition or having for the lender to have to come and get board consent. Just.
Yeah, they're institutional, so they would not probably consent to it, but, I certainly, if you're gonna go in executive session, I'm gonna call the director of Sculptor personally and ask him the question, and my guess is he'll say, we can't, but please convey, he may tell me to convey something to you, I'll ask him,
He may, yeah, I'm gonna say that his lawyers will never let him do it.
Yeah, that's probably true. But I will at least make the call for you.
Okay.
I will definitely make the call.
and another area that I was, had some questions on. It was difficult to ferret out from the papers, the various interests, the paid-in capital by the company. Because it went from apparently a $16 million to $50 million. And, then you reported the last time that there was a payback of, investors' capital. I guess what I did not fasten on, if you could clarify for me, what was the original capitalization of the company and the investors' capital versus additional advances that were made in this so-called non-mezzanine loan?
Yes.
And was it just the mezzanine portion that was repaid, or was all of the capital or most of the paid-in capital paid back? Bottom line, today in your financial statement, how much paid-in capital do you have? You've indicated that you're having to put in the $2 million reserve, not out of the $62 million, but you're getting funds elsewhere. Is that your own personal funds? So if you could clarify this capital issue for me.
I'll try the best I can. So approximately $20 million of the original capitalization of the company was paid back when we did the Wells Fargo loan in 2018. $4.7 million of current partners, current people in WHR, now have a $4.7 million amount that is due from WHR to them if we ever sell the property. So there's 4.7 today. To clarify again, we're adding another $4 million in as a condition of the Sculptor loan. Sculptor has said, we want $4 million more in capitalization of the company, which then will mean there's 8.7 total of dollars in from partners into WHR at the closing of the loan, a minimum. So that $4 million will go towards $2 million of interest reserves. Sculptor will allocate some of that $4 million for, guess what? Ground lease payment reserve. That hasn't been discussed either, but the lender will take part of that $4 million and put $2 million, which they've said $2 million is going to be interest reserve. They'll probably put some into ground lease reserve, and then the rest will be expenses and costs of closing the new loan. So at the end of the day, when we close the loan, there'll be the current $4.7 million, an additional $4 million is being required of Sculptor for a total of 8.7.
Okay. Is this, the original 4 and the new 4 reflected as loans to partners or advances, or are they capital paid in capital?
The first 4.7 was, quote, advances, not loans. They were just advances that needed to be put into the company, arguably that's it's somewhere in between a loan and, it's called in advance. But the new 4 million is going to be capital equity in WHR. So a total of 8.7 will be in WHR.
One, I guess, looking now at the current, loan, I'm not sure in all of this paper whether we ever got a copy of the loan agreement and the note, because the mortgage really doesn't lay out the terms of the payment. I think Mr. Pettit has related his interpretation of it.
We sent the promissory note and the mortgage and the loan agreement in correspondence. I think that was from Cal Chip.
Yeah, Cal Chipchase sent that.
I will have to check with Russell. I don't
believe that was sent
recall.
June
I remember seeing the Wells Fargo loan agreement, but I don't know if I've ever seen the new
It was submitted to the
loan
board.
agreement.
Yeah, it's there with the, I think if you check the submittal on, I'm gonna say June 8,
Okay.
was the note, the mortgage, the form of consent, and I believe the loan agreement.
I don't believe the loan is provided.
The loan agreement, I don't have the email in front of me, but, Russell, do you know?
Yeah, I don't,
what we
that's
sent
the
out?
one thing I don't think was attached, is the loan agreement. And it said all of it was proprietary, keep it confidential.
Yes, I mean, the terms of the agreement,
So,
subject to a confidentiality.
I'm sorry, so Russell, we don't have it?
I'm trying to look for it now. We got the promissory note.
Russell, there's an email from June 8th.
Yeah,
There's a
and
promissory
I think it
note.
attached a promissory note. Oh, there's a loan. Is this the loan agreement?
Loan agreement.
It says loan agreement.
Yeah, it's here, note and
Yeah,
loan
yeah,
agreement.
The loan agreement? Okay.
yeah,
Maybe I
It's
can look
lengthy.
at it during the break.
yeah. Good luck.
Okay.
You know, I just couldn't find what the interest rate was.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my problem.
that's why I
I
was,
see the 50 million, but I couldn't find,
Yeah, yeah.
like, pay me $422,000 a month.
right,
I've had to have it explained to
I
me
don't-
several times.
the loan agreement is the one that lays out what Ted Pettit had written up about, that it's 8.5% for the payment, but the accruing of the additional,
I believe that's all, I will say that I'm not negotiating the loan agreement, so I've looked
because
at it, I haven't
there was
studied
another
it.
term that was confusing to me where it talks about a interest in kind, and I've never seen that. I'm not familiar with that term.
I think that's the 4%, 4.5%, it's that portion of the loan that's being deferred to the balloon payment, assuming a minimum. So if they only pay the minimum, the interest in kind, I believe this is the case, I would have to go back and look at the loan agreement. My high-level understanding is that's the money that gets added on to the balloon at the end of each
So
month.
the in kind is the portion that gets deferred?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Well, I was thinking
I'm sorry,
of,
should
we
we
were
wait
talking about the
for-
Wilmington loan anyway.
Wait
Go
for
ahead.
Mr. Bouchard to return?
I think he's probably frantically calling Cal to send the loan agreement.
We have it.
Yeah, sorry, I think he was
Well,
thinking that it didn't get
we
sent.
have the sculptor. We have all the stuff from Wilmington, but I just didn't see an interest rate on the Wilmington. I just couldn't.
Well, Wilmington, that's the Wells Fargo loan.
Yes,
Yeah.
Wilmington Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
that's right.
Um,
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
another area, and I guess I don't know whether we should wait for
You wanna tell
Mr.
him that we have it?
For
Yeah,
sure.
hang on 1 second, excuse me. Okay.
I'll print it for you.
What?
I'm printing it for Vernon.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring
It's
it.
probably long.
It's 102 pages.
Yeah, it's big.
Want one too?
No.
One.
No.
Okay,
And one of the notes,
and one of the notes.
back to back.
Vernon is also a speed reader.
Sorry.
Well, I tried. The paper Sounds okay.
Sorry, he'll be here.
Yep, okay,
If there's anything else I can answer, I'm happy to do
Sure.
so.
So I may have a question, Chair. I don't know
Okay.
if Mr. Bouchard would answer this or.
I had one more question, Mr.
Go
Bashir.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Bouchard.
In addition, you've explained the capital and the repayment and so forth. In addition to the repayment of capital and the advances by the members, there was also something in the neighborhood of 436,000, I believe, that was set forth as payment of, as distinguished from return of capital. Can you explain what the nature of those payments were? Because those payments, in looking at the litigation affidavit, were during the period of 2021, and it looked like, well, I wasn't sure what the nature of those payments were.
I am unaware what those are, because there were allegations of some attorney in Florida, making statements to try to create a new claim, so I couldn't tell you what those are. There are many costs and expenses to run the hotel, so I would globally say that they're all valid costs and expenses of operating the hotel, and the lender's lawyer was making claims of something, but I don't know what they were related to.
Okay, that's the 460,000 or 430 that was repaid.
That was a claim made by them in some pleading or something?
Pretty much everything that they've alleged in their pleading we're fighting about, so.
I'm gonna plant a tree in your honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carr.
Construction, commercial, development are all fees that were for services relating to work on the hotel.
I think some of the allegations relate to payment of fees for acquiring a loan or a PPP loan.
Yeah, that might have been for the services of doing all that stuff, correct. I think we collected $3.4 million in PPP loans, and so a lot of the work to do all that was probably a part of that. I'd have to go back and verify. These are allegations that I don't know if they're correct or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine, I'm powerful now.
Okay, Member Canto?
Yeah, so, Mr. Kishore, I'm gonna refer to a letter that, we got from Rahul Sudhi, and there's a question over, do you have that letter in front of you, or do you want me to just read that one sentence? There's a question
Which-
there.
What's the date of the letter you're talking about?
The date was June 21. There were 3 questions in there, to respond to, and I have a question about one of those questions.
Okay, oh, here it is.
Well, on
Sorry,
the- On the third question, look at the last sentence in that. Can you respond to that?
I'm sorry, is it, in other words, less than interest-only payments with unpaid interest due at the back end of the loan? Is that the question?
June 21, 2022. It says, so is it correct that the mortgage balance at loan maturity could be higher than the starting balance of 62 million? And is there no
Yes,
limit on
correct.
how, and is there no limit on how high that balance could rise? Is that correct?
No, there's a limit.
Yeah, we addressed that in our, subsequent communications. There is a portion of the loan is being, of the interest due is being deferred, assuming that Tower does not pay that. So there's a minimum due, like on your mortgage, you can pay the minimum due, or you can pay extra each month. They're generating enough capital that they can pay the amount that's being deferred. But let's say things go terribly, yes, a portion of the interest is being deferred to the balloon payment. So there is a possibility that the maximum amount of the loan will be in the $67 million range. assuming they make no additional payments.
67 is the potential max, Member Canto.
Okay, so
He's just
67 is the max. Okay.
Well, it's not the max, it's what we think could be a max, but it could be 69.
It depends.
It depends on what the
It depends on what the interest rate goes. It's hard to say with specificity because, it depends on what the interest rate is.
But if we use the cash flow of the hotel, and let's say we have $1 million extra, in 2 years, that would bring it down to 65. And then if we didn't spend the interest reserve of $2 million, it would bring it down to 63. So if we never use the interest reserve and we use the cash flow, that's about $4 million right there. So it could end up being 63. If we had that benefit to use the interest reserve for that rather than interest payments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I have 3 things before you make your motion. Okay, so first, are there any other board questions?
I have just one question about, it's a question, I guess, for you guys, and then a question also for Russell, which is just what happens if we accept the staff's recommendation and do not vote to approve?
Well, then we're looking at a pretty grim scenario. I mean, it's litigation. The lender will eventually be forced to move on its foreclosure complaint, which throw things into the ditch. There will be a fight over it, that's for sure. So it's not going to be a quick and easy thing for them. Most of the allegations in there have counterclaims for interference and a lengthy, drawn-out battle, which is unlikely to benefit most people. That could force WHR into bankruptcy, which could ultimately lead to layoffs and negative outcomes for the community. So it's a pretty stark choice. On the one hand, you can consent and things will go on and things are going great, and on the other is we have, 2.5 years worth of litigation, potential bankruptcy. There's a real uncertain future for the hotel in that regard.
I think there's one important point that right now, if we have the current loan and an unfriendly lender out of New York that just is saying they want as much money as possible, well, that amount is 62 to 66 million right now. That's what they're arguing for. We're happy paying them, somewhere below 62 because we have the money for that. But if we don't have the new loan for 62 with a friendly lender who likes WHR, likes Hilo, likes the state, wants to be our partner, then rather than having a $62 million loan in 2 weeks or 3 weeks when we close, we could be faced with a lender who has claims of 67. Who knows what they'll claim? So I think our solution that we've been working for is to have a lower loan than currently exists today in those pleadings. So that's why I'm pleading to work with an entity that cares about the state, lives in the state, and wants to protect the hotel and continue the operations for the community and Hilo. And you have my word that I'm going to die in that hotel to make sure it works. Because that's what I agreed to do when I took the lease. And Chair Case, I think, can appreciate that when I say that, yeah, I probably will die in that hotel making sure it's taken care of. Because that is my heart.
I would also point out that the litigation scenario takes all of the control out of the board's hands. The board is consented to the lessee mortgage, lease mortgage provisions, so the lender can foreclose on the hotel, it can credit bid on the hotel, and then it can then assign the hotel, all without the board's consent. You absolutely lose control of who's going to be owning and potentially operating that hotel, versus a known entity that's done a great job for the community.
I'm sorry. I do now have the loan agreement and there's a reference to, payments generally. I still don't see how Pettit comes out with the,
Oh, I wrote the
Payment.
letter, Mr. Char.
oh, okay.
Good.
Yeah, I look at this and I'm not familiar with
Well,
the,
unfortunately, we
with,
relied on the council that's, negotiating the loan, which is
right,
Cade's
but
law
I
firm.
don't see the required, the so-called eight and a half, and then the accrual of the additional.
We have the promissory note, handy?
Yeah, it's,
It's right there. You have it right there.
oh, right here. And I think all it says is the loan agreement.
If we had a couple of minutes to contact Justin Sugiyama, I think we could probably get our hands on it. I did not negotiate this, so I'm not as familiar with where it is in the loan documents. It would take me a couple of minutes to come up.
So, Member Barnes, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, a second thing I had while you're looking is, did you guys want to add anything?
This is public testimony.
Public testimony. Okay, why don't we do public testimony while you're looking?
Yeah. And so specifically, so we can get the answer,
He's trying to find out where in the loan agreement it outlines the interest rate that you outlined in
okay,
your letter.
yeah, I think it's probably in the definitions, but, give us a minute, we'll.
Okay, go ahead.
Aloha, Chair, board members, Chris Delaney with Pacific Resource Partnership. Pacific Resource Partnership is a nonprofit market recovery trust fund representing the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters as well as 240 contractors in the state of Hawaii. We strongly support the Department of Land and Natural Resources recommendation that the Board of Land and Natural Resources deny lessee's request for consent to mortgage with estoppel certification and pledge and security agreement regarding general lease number S-5844 for the following reasons. One, WHR LLC, who is a lessee, went into default under the lease multiple times and is involved in lawsuits with its investors. As you probably already know, WHR was served a notice of default a number of times for failure to keep rent current and maintain a performance bond. Additionally, major investors into the Grand Naniloa Hotel filed separate lawsuits against management, including breach of fiduciary duty, breach of contract, and foreclosure. For instance, on December 6, 2021, Wilmington Trust National Association filed foreclosure action against WHR for default on the loan. September 23rd, 2021, this was in the Tribune Herald, and it's attached in our testimony. You should have all our testimony with this information. The Tribune Herald reported that Edmund C. Olson Trust filed a lawsuit against Ed Bouchard and Stuart Miller, who are the CEO and President of Tower Development, Inc., respectively, stating that they violated an agreement with Olson Naniloa LLC. And secondly, PRP has a compliance team monitoring projects to ensure that developers and contractors are following the law to ensure a level playing field. In our construction industry, we see contractors cutting corners and developers to cut costs and to get a competitive advantage over competitors and to increase their profits. So we have a long list of allegations that we've provided, but PRP is concerned with tower development and their history at the Grand Naniloa Hotel on Banyan Drive. While under construction, workers on this project allege potential violations concerning misclassification of employees as independent contractors, employment and labor law violations, safety and health violations, and unlicensed activities occurring on the job site. These allegations are a reflection of Tower Development's apparent lack of oversight and control over its projects and subcontractors. We believe that the contractors who do not follow industry laws and regulations and participate in unlawful and unsafe business practices create an unfair competitive environment, depress local workforce and wages, and promote a dangerous working environment for our local trades. So in our testimony, we have a whole list of things, allegations, things that were filed with the various departments, state departments. You know, there's RICO, labor departments, et cetera. We have that whole laundry list, so I won't go into it. It's there. You guys should have it. And these are some of the things that were happening, and we have people come to us, workers on the project, make a lot of allegations. We've looked and done the research, and we filed a lot of complaints with these various agencies. So that's my testimony for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question, is this just for the Naniloa or other projects that?
This is a Naniloa,
Okay.
yeah, the one that is in here. Right?
Yeah. Are you aware of any similar kind of breach of laws and regulations on other projects?
You mean related to?
Right.
Power to the, we may have to go check with my compliance team. I just had specific for this
Okay.
project, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But we did testify, I think they're going for, they're applying for, I think it was an RFP or something. This was a year or two ago on one of the projects. So we have testimony related to that. I'll have to refresh my memory and look at that. So I don't know if you have access to that, but you might want to take a look at that as well. Okay, thank you.
And, no, sorry, next.
Chair and members, Nathaniel Kinney, Political and Education Director for the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. We'd like to reiterate some of the things that have already been mentioned by Pacific Resource Partnership. But sitting in the audience and listening to some of the testimony that was provided by the applicant, WHR, it just seems to me that there just seems to be a lot of confusion about what exactly they have and how much they owe. And I serve on volunteer boards myself, so I know there's a bunch of materials that get provided to you guys, but there just seems to be a lack of clarity right now. It was only 6 months ago, by the way, Chris, that the current applicant is trying to bid on the RFP for the Uncle Billy's. So he's in default. He's trying to get a loan to get out of the loan. To think that Sculptor is going to be any less hard-nosed than Wilmington Trust is laughable. All of these guys are hard lenders. You know, they're hard-nosed guys. And all of this is based on the premise that, you know, continued cash flow to the hotel will be able to pay off this new note that he's trying to get. I think that's very highly suspect. First of all, like, we have no idea about the next variant. If you had told everybody in 2019 that COVID would have came and derailed the entire tourism for 2 years, everybody would have laughed at you. And now here we sit with masks on our faces, waiting for yet another variant. So again, there is nothing to say that we wouldn't be back here in another situation, because they're not going to be able, no lender is going to agree to not assigning the loan. So you guys will agree to this, he'll refinance the property, they'll sell that paper to some other bank, and then we could be right here in this situation. But I think underlying the whole thing, which I've seen and I've observed in the audience, is I don't think there's clarity among the board members, both here and online, of what exactly he owes, whether this was a mezzanine deal or this was partnership. Like, why isn't that laid out very clearly before you guys are making your decision whether to allow him to refinance? Maybe this lawyer isn't the same as the other lawyer who negotiated the loan agreement. Shouldn't the lawyer that negotiated the loan agreement be here? And shouldn't all of this be clarified before there's given any sort of refinance? Because how much money does he actually owe? And to think that these other lenders are going to suddenly like back away when he has a little bit more capital on the table, I think that's wishful thinking. So that's just some things that I observed currently, but we do see that there's been a complete disregard and mismanagement of this property, stemming from the development and contracting to running it. The current partners don't agree with him, or the current lenders don't agree with him, and then, you know, he didn't even show up for the last meeting. So I think at the heart of it, you know, in the state of Hawaii, our land is one of our greatest resources, and I think that that resource should be given at least to people who understand and honor their obligations, and understand the responsibilities that come with getting the opportunity to lease a piece of property like this. So I'd just like to mention that, and thank you.
you know, I just want to comment, on your question about the, items in the loan that are unclear. That's precisely why we're spending several hours, to make sure that we understand the terms. That is what we're trying to do.
Right.
And on your comment on COVID, you know, we all suffered under COVID, and I'm sure, you know, your colleagues suffered as well, and, you know, we're all trying to find our way out of it. So thank you.
Right, I just would like to, I think it'd be best, rather than relying on somebody just saying something right here, that there be a clear document that lays everything
Yeah, I
out.
appreciate that. We do have a lot of documentation.
Right, thank you.
Okay, and then,
May we respond?
just a minute. What I want to do next is, Russell Suji has wanted to say a few more items, before we go into executive session. So Russell, what did you want to clarify still?
Oh, it started a few, I have a bunch, but I just want to point out, we did some research on Sculptor, and my staff reports that it is a hedge fund management company. Hedge funds are obviously, they take more risks and are more aggressive than normal, and certainly not a bank. One thing I didn't think I had to go over it, but I thought maybe just to refresh this board's recollection, on the May 31st meeting, we went over several items, and that part of it was what was discovered during the receivership pleading review, that was that no mortgage payments were made since March of 2020. The franchise fees at DoubleTree was in default of $800,000. They didn't pay utilities. They didn't pay and set aside funds for the real property taxes. And during that time period of 2021 through the end of 2021, no mortgage payments are being paid. All these bills were not being paid, but that's where the auditor had discovered about $430,000 being paid to the borrowers, as they quote, they use the term affiliates. You know, I think it was Tower affiliates. You look at the declaration of GAR that is attached to the pleadings. I think it's the plaintiff's reply memo. Since December 16, 2021, he reports that the plaintiff, that's the bank, dispersed $9,421,000 from the operating cash fund. And so to the extent that, you know, I'm not sure if Mr. Bishor is trying to take credit for the payments that were made in December 2021, but as of that time, that 9 million had been in delinquency to all these different creditors, and none of that went to the bank, by the way. I've heard discussion about fair market value, and I just want to say I review, we have 1,000 leases, I review appraisals almost every day. The same definition of fair market value is used by the appraisers, which is a willing buyer, willing seller coming to agreement on price, whether it's a rental or a sale. Oftentimes you'll see a seller say, my fair market value is $100 million, but if you got no takers at $100 million and no bidders in an auction, it's really worth nothing, in my view. It's worth, you gotta have a willing buyer willing to take your price. I really think if Mr. Bishor had a buyer at 90 million, he'd scoop it up right now. He doesn't. I question whether there's even a buyer at the $62 million figure. Otherwise, I don't think the bank would have waited 2 years, over 2 years without getting a payment. I, as a lender, would not wait that long. The other thing I wanted to clarify, and I'm not sure if that's what Mr. Britton meant, but I thought I heard a cap on the interest, but my understanding on the cap is actually not a cap on the accruing of the interest. It's a cap on the payments that will be required by the lender, i.e. it's a portion of the interest. So there's no cap on the interest if it goes out of control, which at this market, I think that's what's happening. So just to make that clear, from a lender side, he qualifies not for the full interest payment, but on an adjustable rate, which would be, he qualifies for a set portion of the interest payments. Yeah, sure, he can pay more if he gets more money, but as far as what is going to be required and what the lender can qualify him for is that set amount. everything that as far as the limit on the interest, my understanding is there is no limit. And I think that's why when board member Kanto pointed out that question, I think the answer will come back that there is no limit on the how high that balance can be. I think my interpretation is it's a minimum of 67 at the end of 2, unless he pays in it more than in the monthly payment coming ahead. But if he assumes he pays the straight amount that is due, it's going to be 67 or more because the interest rate can only go up. It's not going to be less than 67 if he keeps the payments the same, what is required. And Mr. Britton, you can confirm that. And as to the, well, that's all the points I wanted to make, but especially on the fair market value, I really think if they had a buyer, that's where it would have been a consent to sale or assignment of lease. We're not there, it's a consent to mortgage. And I really, this is just a bailout loan, temporary bailout loan, real temporary, due in 2 years, interest rates skyrocketing. It is not a good situation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, back to you, and then we're gonna, toss it to
I
Chris.
just want to address, there's been a lot of misinformation that's just been shared there. With respect to the gentleman who testified over, I didn't catch their names, but they were making some allegations about, and Mr. Suji has made some allegations about intra-company disputes with one of the members of WHR, but that's been resolved. We've submitted the dismissals board so that you can see that there is a deal in place. So that's just not an issue. With respect to payments that weren't made during 2021, as we explained, the lender trapped the cash and WHR no longer had access to it, and the lender created the situation in order to ask for the appointment of a receiver. They have the cash. They did not pay a whole bunch of vendors. They didn't pay the franchise fee. But as Mr. Bashore has testified, that's all been taken care of. So if it happened in the past, it happened in the past. It's not a reason not to consent to this particular loan. Those amounts have all been taken care of. Yes, $9.6 million was paid by the lender. That was the money that they had trapped. That was what was owed. There's expenses for the hotel every month. So that's just, again, not a reason not to consent to the loan. The lender took the money, it put it in its piggy bank, and then wouldn't share it, and then we came to an agreement, and they went ahead and they brought everybody current, which is where the situation where we're at now. We do have a dispute with them about how much money is owed. They're taking very hard-line positions, saying that they're entitled to default interest all the way back to days after they took an assignment of this loan. So, yes, we are fighting with them about that particular amount. I think that, to call this a pyramid or, like a junk loan, I think is not taking into account the totality of the circumstances and not taking into account the terms of the loan. I don't know if Mr. Suji actually read this. He apparently wasn't.
So did you get clarification on the interest rate?
Well, the interest rate, you have to go through it's all in the definition. So if you look at interest rate and the definition, Mr. Char, you can see that it means interest rate for any interest period, the sum of the spread, plus the applicable benchmark for each interest period. And then you have to flip over to the definition of spread. And so spread is defined as, hold on 1 second, there's a lot of definitions.
Could you, without the definitions, just distill down for us what the range of numbers might be?
Did?
Well, I did in our letter.
Bernard is asking where that is in the loan agreement.
Could you mark it?
It's in the.
Yes.
It's in the.
Yeah, so spread is defined as 11.75%. And you look at interest rate, so it's the benchmark plus the spread, and you have to go look at the definition of benchmark. So here's interest rate right here. And then you have to, they don't make it easy for you.
But in any event, from Mr. Pettit, the current rate would be approximately 13%.
That's the current, yes.
The current rate.
Yeah, that's the total amount, but that's not the amount that's being
Yeah,
paid.
not the payable, but
Yes.
the interest rate charge is 13%.
Yeah, so
But the payable is more likely around 8%.
8.7.
Yeah.
You have to look at benchmark, which then defines, the benchmark is term SOFR, and then you have to go look at the definition of term SOFR, reference rate, and term SOFR loan. And here's that. So you know is defined as the interest rate that is determined 2 business days prior to the first day of such interest period, rounded upwards if necessary to the nearest 1,001%. Published by the term SOFR administrator as of 5 o'clock New York time. So it's kind of
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we take a lunch break and that you make your motion before we take a lunch break and that we will be at lunch and if we, well, make your motion and then we'll.
Yeah, but if we discuss this while we're having, if we have the lunch with the executive session.
We need to do 2 things. We need to have lunch and we need to have an
Okay,
executive
we
session.
need to do them separately, I think.
We need to do them separately.
Okay,
But
all right.
in the same time spread.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the board's legal obligations, privileges, and immunities with our, Attorney General.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Okay.
Member Kendall, are you
Any
opposed?
time frame, Chair?
Okay, we're gonna take a lunch break and we're gonna go into executive session, 2 separate things. So I'm gonna say, I'm sorry to make you wait, but we're not gonna be back before 1:30.
Okay.
And, we'll try to be back about 1:30 and finish up. Okay?
Off the record,
We're not off the record
oh,
yet, but.
sorry, I'll wait till we're off the record.
Hi, you've reached Darlene Ferrara. Please leave your name and number, and I'll return your call. Thank you.
Hi, Darlene. This is Doreen. I'm trying to get into the executive session and thanks.
Hi, you've reached Darlene Ferreira. Please leave your name and number and I'll return your call. Thank you.
Hi, Darlene. It's about 10 to 1 and I am still not connected. I don't know what's going on. It's telling me I'm connected with something called Polycon, Polycon, and it doesn't direct me to another boardroom for executive session or whatever. But yeah, so give me a call and let me know how else I can get involved with exec session. I know how I'm gonna vote. I just want to be able to get back to the board. All right, thank you. Bye.
Hey, Doreen, this is Karen.
Hi.
I'm
So weird.
I know, I can't get anything either. I'm just waiting, going, okay, what's going on?
It says talking me, then it says talking you. So I'm
Yeah.
having lunch and I can only stay till 2, you know.
Well, I don't know if they just went to lunch and not having the meeting during lunch, or, cause that was kind of unusual.
I know, and so I don't know what to do. I'm not part of the exec session, but I know how I was gonna vote. So
Me neither. So I'm here like, okay.
okay, so we're connected somehow, you and I, but I don't know where the rest of everybody is.
Did they give us another Zoom location?
Normally,
They normally do.
Come, yeah, on the to say that you're moving to another room. But I didn't see that.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to relog back into that Zoom site, I guess, link. I don't know what else to do.
I don't know either.
I guess they're excluding, well, they can exclude us because we're not there. All right, my dear. Well, I'm out. Well, if you ever get back in, you know, please tell them that we were chatting.
Well, wouldn't they have called us though?
You would think, and I just texted Darlene, I said, hey,
Did
what's
you-
going on?
Did
Nothing.
you text, what's her name?
Hmm?
Case, Suzanne?
Yeah, I would get more from Darlene because she's Suzanne. Well, I don't know where they are. I know that it was gonna be have lunch doing. I had actually texted what's her name? God, Darlene, to say, hey, why don't we make the executive session lunch? You know, combine them, you know?
Yeah. Well,
And she said,
I'm-
sounds good. And well, we voted to go exec and lunch. So go
Okay,
eat.
so we're going to lunch.
Let's go to lunch, and I'll log in later then.
Yeah, okay, see you
All right,
later.
Karen, bye.
Vernon, are you?
And shut me out when I close my laptop.
Video on. Oh, yeah, you should on. Who am I missing?
Where's, oh, there, everybody's on.
I'm missing one, two, three, four.
Me? Yeah, I'm just waiting in the waiting room now, sorry.
Amy. Amy, your video.
Yeah, Darlene's just readmitting me.
Okay, everybody ready? Back? Yes. All right, we're back from executive session. Apologies, it's a while. We are on D9, and I want to ask if board members have any other questions. Okay.
Was there something, let's see if the applicant has anything more
Yeah.
that they.
I think Vernon did.
Anything you want to add?
Did Vernon want to know the answer to that question
Yeah.
from Sculptor?
Yeah.
Shore for, WHR. The director of Sculptor Lending had a baby boy yesterday, so he was out of the office, but they got back to me, while you were at lunch, and, I asked them a specific question, whether they would do the assignment waiver and take that out, and they said obviously that's not something they could do. Their lawyers wouldn't allow them, so David was right on that. And I said, is there any other insight you can give me on whether you're like Wells Fargo and you would be selling the loan right off the bat so that I could at least educate, the board on where these funds are and what you're likely to do with them? And they said, oh, we definitely can. These are funds, the words were, these are funds out of a fund that we, typically keep in-house until the maturity of the loan. These are intended to be that way for the next 2 years. So this is not when they intend to sell, but they can't lock themselves into not selling it. But this is one that are funds from a fund that they anticipate it could stay till the end of the term. And I said, well, that's much better news than the last lender we had. So at least you have that feeling. That doesn't make any commitments. They can't make any commitments. And they said, we can't commit to that. And so that's the exact conversation I had with them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, actually, this is a formality because the board did vote to deny the consent at the last meeting. So as a formality, before we did anything else, I want to make a motion to reconsider that denial. And that's just to make it clear, this is not a vote on whether to grant the consent yet. It's just a motion to reconsider the prior action of June 9th.
Okay, is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to reconsider the previous denial, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Amy, are you opposed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that is, in favor of reconsidering is, again, Case Char, Yuen, Ono, Kanto, and Yoon. And opposed to the motion to reconsider is Barnes.
And then I would like to make a motion to grant consent, mortgage, and the estoppel certificate, subject to the following conditions: the representation of $4 million be paid in 2 million for the loan reserve, for the interest reserve, and 2 million for other reserves. And review and approval by the Attorney General of the form of the consent and estoppel certificate.
And I would like to add that, it should be in the, generally used by the state, subject to further review and approval by the AGs.
Yeah, that's fine with me. It gives the AGs the ability to negotiate the form, but at the end of the day, they're legal. If their legal judgment is what we are going to rely on in the legalities of the technical legalities of the form.
Okay, is there a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, further discussion.
Well, I really respect staff's position. I know they're trying their best to protect the state on this. I look at it as if we do not grant the consent, we have a problem now where the property goes into, it's in foreclosure, but there is an actual degree of foreclosure or possibly a bankruptcy. In either case, we end up with a buyer, an unknown person who's a buyer, and we have a problem now. The downside is we have a loan that may give us a problem later. And given a choice between a problem now and a problem 2 years from now, I'll take a problem 2 years from now. I can't guarantee, of course, none of us can guarantee that this will all go well. We can hope our operator will do their best and we will not have a problem like the one that led us into this situation. The major downside that's been mentioned is that the mortgage is for more money. It may not be for substantially more than Wilmington Trust is claiming now. And in either case, the state's rights to the lease rent are protected.
Okay, so any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to note that I will be voting against the motion. I believe, I support the staff's recommendation. I am very much concerned as to the sustainability of this new mortgage with only partial interest payments, and concerned that this is just prolonging and increasing the debt and the concern about the entire project and loan. So that's my position.
Okay, any other comments? All right, then, we have a motion to approve it with conditions, approve the mortgage with conditions. Second. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is Case and Yuen. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that's Char, Bono, Canto, Yuen, and Barnes. All right, the motion to approve it fails.
We can go into executive session. I think, though, actually what would be in order now is for a motion to approve the staff recommendation. I think that's to make it clear enough. And then he may request a contested case hearing. And then I think we should go into executive session to discuss.
All right.
Make a motion to approve the staff's recommendation, which is to not reconsider the earlier denial.
No, it's to deny.
Or to deny, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's clean on the record that, what we are approving is the staff submittal to deny the motion. Is there a second there?
Second.
Right. All in favor of the motion to deny as submitted, say aye. Raise your hand. That is Char, Ono, Canto, Yoon, and Barnes. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
That's Case and Ewan. All right, you are asking for a contested case.
Chair.
Okay, so somebody want to make a motion to go into executive session?
So moved,
Yeah,
Chair.
I'll make that motion.
We would also, when the chief empowered to approve the consent on her own.
Well, I'm sorry, I've already put it to the board.
So, yeah, I'll make a motion to go to executive session to consult with our attorneys over the board's privileges,
Okay,
immunities,
is there a second
liabilities,
on
et
that
cetera.
motion?
And perhaps briefly, because,
Second from Canto.
okay, yeah.
You want to add anything?
No, it's just that either way, that you have to follow up in writing in 10 days. I think it's probably worth the board just briefly going into
All right.
executive session and.
All in favor of the motion to go into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, we would just point out that the lease gives it to the chairwoman to approve, not the board.
Another, oh, another 808 number, I don't know.
No, it would be 858.
Yeah, I did that one already.
You're in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, we gotta turn the video back on that? Not.
No.
Michael Frank.
It's gotta be, yeah.
Arlene, do we have to hit video on this laptop?
Pardon me? There's a video on that laptop, there should be.
Not on.
Yeah, I can see them. I can see you guys. Not up there, but it's on there and it's on there. I just can't get it to there.
It's not in the Zoom. I don't have Chris's phone number.
In mind?
No. IT guy. Oh, I see, it's the camera that's not in the Zoom. The camera is not in the Zoom.
Here. On this one, but not on the big one.
I'm gonna ask Mel to call him.
Is on and, meeting, the regular meeting is on, we're on.
Is it being recorded? So we'll have audio only on YouTube.
The podcast's on.
Okay, let's go ahead then. All right, we are, sorry for the delay again, back from executive session. You made a request for a contested case. We're going to, I think we're gonna take a motion on the request for contested case.
Yeah, on advice of counsel, I will make a motion to deny the request for a contested case hearing. I have a couple of comments afterwards, but,
Is there a
if we get a second.
A second motion.
So, my take and the AG's is that in this situation, you do not get a contested case hearing. The board is not acting in an adjudicatory fashion. The board is acting as a landlord, and my take on it is that you have the rights of a tenant who has a dispute with their landlord. At this point, we're not acting, as I said, we're not acting as judges. You have a legal remedy. However, if you do want to pursue the contested case hearing route, you have to follow up in writing within 10 days. There's a standard form the board that the department uses, and you can do that. There is a case, one of the parties is Ho'opo'o, that says that you have to follow up in writing, you cannot complain about not getting a contested. I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I am regretful that the action taken was what it was, but that is the vote, and, this is also my take, though, that, there is not a contested case, a right to a contested case in this situation.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of the motion to deny the contested case, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Thank
Okay,
you for your time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move to the J items next. They've been waiting down here all day. All right, Darlene, I just wanna, oh yeah, you can see, okay. Okay, we can see and hear online. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, board members, Richard Howard for voting. Item J1 is the, renewal of the revocable permits, DOBOR's revocable permits for the islands of Oahu, Maui, Hawaii, and Kauai. Staff is continuing to work to, transfer revocable permits to, long-term dispositions. And I will happily answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, board members, the list of revocable permits is in Exhibit E to the submittal for J1. So, any questions?
I want to comment that the presentation, including the maps, were very helpful.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you guys have really good maps.
I'll let Carl know, he works on those, so.
Yeah.
There's no, there's no testimony.
Let me just wait and see if he has any. Well, I guess we can go ahead. One minute. Anybody else have any questions on any of the revocable permits for boating?
I guess, I'm sorry, Chair, I did have one question. On the Kaneohe Yacht Club, recognizing, especially from the picture, that the yacht club is private and it fronts the entire ocean area, what access has been made available? And I guess that goes to the issue as to whether there would be someone other than Kaneohe that might be interested in putting in a bid.
Right. In the submittal that we that the board approved for the sale of the lease, we said that the access would be from either the adjacent fast lands or from the water. We've since had discussions with our deputy AG on this, and they've advised us that the access should just be from the water, just to make it fairer for anybody who wants to bid, because, otherwise they'd have to get, we're also trying to do an MOA for DOBOR to be able to cross the fast lands, the privately owned lands that Kaneohe Yacht Club has,
Right.
for us to be able to inspect the docks. So in that MOA, we want that just for DOBOR, but as far as access from any bidder, it would be from the water side.
Yeah, but isn't there still gonna be an issue that if they can come in from the water, how are they gonna go home?
Yeah,
So aren't we back to just one or two potential bidders?
yeah, I think
That's always been.
yeah, in all honesty, I think.
Okay, this is Power Street, okay, great.
There's practically one user for this property, realistically.
I understand.
Okay, Member Yoon, we are on J1, and, wanted to know if you have any questions on any of the revocable permits for the boating and ocean recreation.
I do not, Chair.
Okay,
I just had one question about the, for Mala Wharf.
Yes.
Is there anything we should be aware of related to this permit and the ongoing conversations and issues at Mala Wharf regarding access?
Well, we'll be bringing something to the board
Second meeting in July.
Okay.
July for, to withdraw a county, a piece of county land and reset aside to Dobor for parking.
Okay.
So, that addresses that, but there's, the only RP we have there is the Lahaina Yacht Club, and it's a very small, they just store some boats there.
Okay.
okay, is there a motion then to approve J1 as submitted? Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Member Canto, you're a little late on the uptake. Is that an aye or a nay?
As an aye, sorry. Had an
Okay.
itch.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Sorry, I had an itch. And I couldn't raise my hand.
J3.
Good afternoon, Chair, Case, board members, Ed Underwood, Administrator with the Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. J3 is regarding an administrative enforcement action against Eric R. Alpert for illegally living on his vessel in the Aloi Small Boat Harbor. You may recall a couple meetings ago, we came before you with a similar action. Mr. Alpert was given notice and written notice in July I believe it was July 23rd last year, that he could not be residing on his boat without a valid permit. He followed up with a letter to us a few days later saying, sorry, I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I'll work to not do it again. Subsequent to that, DoCare found him on his vessel 6 more times during their sweeps that they've been performing. Each time he was notified that he's not supposed to be there, that he could suffer enforcement action. So we're coming before you. This behavior is blatant. It's not changing. So we're recommending that the board, similarly for the last one, issue a fine of $5,000 per incident that we found him on board, which was 6 times for $30,000, to revoke the existing use permits for the facility, as well as not reissue any new use permits for a minimum of 2 years.
And I noticed that Mr. Alpert is not here. Did you notify him of this submittal?
Yes, he would have been on the previous board submittal, but he said he was gonna get agenda, but he wanted to get an attorney, so we asked to defer it. We sent him regular mail, certified mail, which he received, as well as we emailed him to let him know about the meeting today, and we have never heard back from him.
Questions, board members?
Well, if there are none, I will move to approve staff recommendation.
Can I, before we move on that, I guess one question I have, I guess this is just a general question, sort of about, extent to which, and I understand that it is not legal, obviously, for people to be living on their boats here, but also it strikes me that this is probably a place that people who may be on sort of the border of potentially being unhoused are, using these kinds of places as maybe their only alternative for a house. And so I guess I'm just wondering whether, if we go ahead with the fine, do we have an expectation that this individual will be able to pay it? Or are we essentially just pushing him into a situation where he will, be out on the streets as a result of our actions?
I'm not exactly sure. He would not be able to be in the harbor though, that's for sure. But whether he has other accommodations he could use. Living aboard a boat, and this has been a big issue for a long time. The living aboard is not supposed to be a residential landlord-tenant agreement. It's supposed to be ancillary to the use of the boat. And oftentimes, these boats are being used just as houseboats, and that's what we're trying to prevent. So unfortunately, I don't know if he has other accommodations.
And they're, living in a houseboat situation is not allowed anywhere. There's no harbors that permit that? Is that correct?
There is one provision in the rule for the Kehi Lagoon offshore mooring area where the houseboats were grandfathered in years ago. I think we're down to a couple boats left at this point.
I guess, I don't know if it would be accepted, but I would amend the motion to accept staff's recommendation, but remove the monetary fine and just proceed with the, revocation of his permits.
And Assistant Administrator Stats just informed me that apparently he also lives in Hawaii Kai.
Got it.
Are there other questions, comments?
Chair, I'd just like to add a comment. I think we need to set a precedence and, we do one, we do for all. So I would affirm my motion to accept staff's recommendation as written.
Okay, so that is, the person making the original motion does not accept your friendly amendment. Is there a second to the original motion?
I'll second it.
Right.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Chair and board members.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. It has been.
Thank you, Chris.
Good luck with everything.
Sorry you had to wait all day.
Yes. We're used to it.
Oh, thanks.
Good weekend. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Okay, we're doing the C item next. And then after that, I think we have one other item, which is the M item. Are you doing all the C items?
C1 and C2?
This? Okay. There's a C3 also, so I hope those, we do have, okay.
That's not mine.
Okay, go ahead. C1.
Good afternoon and aloha, members of the board and everyone else who's in the meeting. I'm David Penn. I'm the program specialist for Legacy Land Conservation in the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. I'm here for item C1 and item C2 concerning the Legacy Land Conservation Program. For item C1, this is our annual review of grants from the Land Conservation Fund for projects that have been pending for over 5 years. So this is an annual exercise that we go through with the board. And for this year, we have just one project that is older than 5 years, if we count it from the time when the funds were actually encumbered in the contract or the grant agreement with our awardee. And this one is for Legacy Land Conservation Program project number 13-0T. 13 stands for the fiscal year 2013 grant cycle, and 02 stands for the project that was ranked second during that cycle, which may have been back during Member Yoon's term as chair on Legacy Land Conservation Commission. And I believe that Martha Yent from State Parks is also on the call.
Hello, can you hear me, sir? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes?
Hello? Yes, my name is Eric. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. My name is Eric Alpert, and I've been on hold since 9 o'clock this morning. And I've been cut off about 7 times, and I keep calling back. But whatever you're talking about, the land thing is not me. My name's Eric. Okay. I'm sorry, I've been holding since 9 o'clock, so.
From the previous.
A2. A3.
I still have you?
A minute, you'll have to wait a few minutes. We
That's
didn't know
okay.
that was you on the
I just-
phone, so.
Right.
we
I
will,
just don't want to be, I just don't want to be cut off without leaving my phone number or something. May I give you my phone number just in case? Hello?
Just a minute.
Okay. Stop. No, don't step on that. I'd feel a lot comfortable if I could give you my phone number.
I think we have it, and I don't want you to call it out publicly.
Oh, I see. I forgot. This is. I tried to listen on
Mr.
YouTube.
Alford, I'm gonna ask you to wait about 10 minutes.
I'll be happy to wait. Can you just?
Okay,
Can
we're gonna have some other meeting items while we're waiting.
Okay.
But
Can I?
just hold on.
Okay, I can't give you my phone number.
No, don't do it. Okay, David Penn, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, back to item C-1, and this is about the annual review of grants from the Land Conservation Fund. Martha Yent from State Parks is the lead for sub-item A here, and I believe that Deputy Attorney General Young is also assisting State Parks with that acquisition. And you have the submittal in front of you, and what we're asking for is either to defer action on this grant award so that we can continue to try to close the deal within the next 12 months or so. And this is with the YMCA out in Kailua.
Okay. Just so everybody's organized here, we have established a practice of reviewing grants that are over 5 years old, and you're saying this one, item 1A, is still in process and has a high likelihood of closing this year.
That's the objective. We have been making
In
substantial
other words,
progress, albeit
it's not
slowly.
stale. Yeah. Okay, and then B?
B and C are just for information only, because, if you look at the project number, it might appear that it's more than 5 years old, but actually we're counting it from the time when we actually entered into the grant agreement with the awardee.
Okay.
So those will be coming up in future years.
Okay, thanks. All right, any questions, board members?
Can you just briefly describe the reason for the delay?
Oh, yeah. First of all, one of the things YMCA had to do was subdivide the property. That has been accomplished. Another thing is there's a drainage canal that goes through a portion of the property, and so engineering division contracted out for a assessment of that drainage situation. That has just recently been completed. State Parks has received an estimate for how much it would cost to rectify the situation. State Parks believes that it has the funds available to do that out of its other funding sources. So those were two of the major holdups. The recent results of the Phase 1 environmental assessment indicated a possibility of lead contamination on the property. So that means that the board would, or the state would require YMCA to do a Phase 2 environmental site assessment and see if any remediation was needed. And if so, then the YMCA would be required to remediate that contamination before the state would be willing to take title to the property. Those are some of the major issues.
Okay, any other questions on, C1?
I would move to approve recommendation.
Second.
All right, so we're approving the submittal, which is to say okay on these.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Thank you, Member Canto. All right, that passes. Okay, C2.
Okay, C2 is a housekeeping item left over from our May meeting when the board approved the grants for the fiscal year 2022 application cycle. And this is just to put some language on the record about our contingency backup provisions for funding the various acquisitions that have already been approved. This one is for Keauhali'i, which was the third out of 3 ranked projects, and right now has a partial award of the funds that it requested. That's all that was available in the fiscal year 2022 budget. But we'd like to clean this up so that it's very clear to the DLNR Administrative Services Office and the Department of Accounting and General Services and everyone else that if one of the top 2 awardees doesn't use all its money, then we can shift that money over to the third-ranked project with Keauhali'i. I also have some great news that just happened this morning, which is another acquisition by this group, Keauhali'i, just closed this morning. That was for what we call the Mokai 2 parcel. It was about 32 acres along the Hana coast. So that was the third acquisition that we've completed with this nonprofit group, which is organized to save the Hana coast. And so that was a great achievement, especially since we only had until June 30th to close the deal based on the purchase and sale agreement.
All right, thank you. Any questions? And for the record, C1 passed unanimously. I can't remember if I said that. Any questions on C2?
Move to approve?
If not, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Someone in the meeting room for DOFA for C3?
I'm going to recuse myself from C3 because my daughter is named as a member of the committee. It would be the selection committee.
Then, yeah, I
Dave Smith in the office.
Hey, how are you?
What? Okay, we're done with you. We'll come back.
Okay,
We'll
yeah, I'm
come
not
back to
familiar with
C3
C3.
when Gopal is here. Okay. Sorry, can you? Chris,
I'm gonna go get Chris.
yeah. We are going to revisit item J3. Because we were not aware that Mr. Alpert was here. He's,
The voting thing.
he is,
Yes.
on the telephone. Mr. Alpert, can you hear us now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, I want to apologize that you had to wait all day long. We did not know it was you that was, in the waiting room because your phone number was not identified as you. So, you would have had to wait a good part of the day anyway, but, apologize that we didn't know it was you. We, I think
Well,
properly.
God forbid it ever happens again. What did I do wrong, or what can I do right?
Okay, we'll come back to that, in just a second. I think we need to do another motion to
Yeah,
reconsider.
I'll make a motion to rescind the prior action.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have rescinded the previous decision on J3. We're gonna go back to J3. Mr. Alpert, we're going to, you're gonna hear, the staff submittal, which, says that you have a violation, at Alawai Small Harbor for living on your, for staying aboard your boat without, permit. So, Mr. Underwood, please go ahead.
Would you like me to just
Yeah,
go over,
and
summarize
actually,
again?
sorry. Mr. Alpert, I'm going to say that I'm going to read our standard contested case statement.
Okay.
And that is that in some of the matters before the board, a person may wish to request a contested case hearing. If such a request is made before the board's decision, then the board will consider the request first before considering the merits of the item before it. The person who wants a contested case may also wait until the board decides the issue, then request the contested case after the decision. It's up to you. Any request must be made in writing within 10 days. If no request for contested case is made, the board will make a decision. The department will treat the decision as final and proceed accordingly. The submittal is a violation that you have violated, the rules, the voting rules. So if you were to request a contested case hearing, we would go into a different procedure, that is more like a court procedure. It's a quasi-judicial procedure.
Well, that's what my attorney who left 2 hours ago, wanted me to submit for a contested hearing. I hope I'm
All right.
saying that right.
Okay, so you are asking for a contested case hearing, so we are not gonna hear your matter anymore today. You need to follow up in writing within 10 days.
Follow up.
You need to email our board secretary.
Board secretary. Just a second, I'm writing it down, okay? Secretary.
We need to make sure you, have the form to follow up. So, please
Okay, go
contact
ahead,
the board secretary after the meeting.
Contact the board secretary, and what is her name?
Board secretary is Darlene Ferreira.
I'm sorry, what Carrera?
Well, there's an email address for you to, how do you do it? What's this?
They can send it to the blno.testimony@hawaii.gov.
Well, they need the form, right?
Yeah, but if they send it to me, then, it's on the website, but better if he sends it and I can send it to him.
They could email us and we can forward it. Whatever's easiest.
Do you have his email?
Okay, you can get the form from our voting people, and then you can submit it to the board secretary.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Fill out the form requesting a contested case.
Got that. And I get the forms
You have to
from,
submit it within 10 days.
no problem. And I have to get those forms from the board secretary?
Yes, and the voting people can help you.
Voting
Who should he talk?
So I'm
Megan
looking for
Stats
forms.
or Ed Underwood. Megan Stats or Ed Underwood can help you. Contact them to get the form.
Okay, Ed Underwood. Okay. Forms for contesting the hearing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what any of the rules are here. So I've been sitting here nervous all day. And every time I got cut off, I'd call back and there were more people ahead of me.
Yep.
So it was frustrating.
Yep, it's a long meeting. It's frustrating for everybody who has to wait all day, but that's how it is. Okay,
Well,
thank you, Mr. Albert. You can follow up with our voting people for the form.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks, Board.
Now you can have a good week.
There we go.
All right, and I'm sorry, the deal process, but I'm gonna do Travis. I just pulled Travis in. Simone, let's see if he's there. Mr. Tomono, are you there? See if he comes in the waiting room. I'm watching.
Emma's here now. We don't need Emma now, right, do we?
How?
Yeah, hold on.
That was
This one
C3.
is done, yeah.
That was C3.
There was nobody from DOFA here to present.
Okay, she's here now.
Okay.
Yeah, Youth Conservation Corps program. Yeah. Approval to procure, negotiate, and sign contract. I think Chair went to the bathroom though.
Is it like an initial J or the name is J?
Yeah, initial J-H-A-Y-A. Who are you, and what are you here for? Yeah. Hi, what item are you here for?
I'm with the Department of Transportation. I'm here for M10.
Oh, perfect, okay. Travis, hold on, Chair will be right back.
Okay, Jay Haya, it's your M10. Jay Haya, can you hear if you could unmute yourself? Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay, are you with DOT?
Yes, I'm Jessie Hayashi.
Jesse Hayashi, okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna take M10 now, and we waited on it because we have at least one board member who has a question about it.
I looked at the presentation, and I'm looking at the maps, Exhibit A and Exhibit B, and I'm somewhat confused with the proposal because they're two different square footage, and I'm not sure where they are on the map. There's nothing in the presentation referring to Exhibit B.
So our original submittal back in 2008 was E6, which was 6,142 square feet.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Can you speak up?
Our original submittal in 2008 was E6 with a square footage of 6,142 square feet. We're back now to ask to amend the square footage for E6 to be 4,728 square feet.
Yes.
There was a subdivision of the property, and the remainder portion that we're trying to sell is now 4,728 square feet. So we're just asking to amend the square footage.
Okay, I understand what you're attempting to do is the sale of the two remnant parcels, but I'm not able to follow that with reference to your reference to Exhibit A and Exhibit B on the two maps.
Exhibit A is the original survey of remnant E6 with the square footage of the 6,142.
Sorry, I'm looking at Exhibit B, and there is a remnant E6, 6,142, which ties to your second proposal, but I don't see any, if that's supposed to be a reference to an exhibit. And then, on the other hand, on your Exhibit A, that's supposed to be the one for 4,728 square feet? And if so,
No.
I don't. Is there any map on that?
I'm sorry, let me take a look. One moment, please. I'm sorry, I guess when I sent the second submittal to the land board, I did not attach the consolidation map of the applicant. That would show that the remnant was subdivided and cut into two pieces. Then it would show that would show the reference to the 4,728 square foot piece.
I guess they're both on Molokai. Are they adjacent parcels?
You mean E6 and 22A?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess based upon the written portion at least, I'm prepared to approve of the request of the staff.
Oh, on exhibit B is the remnant 22A and the whole portion of E6. 22A is just a small portion in the top left-hand corner, right above E6.
So, okay, so it's a conveyance of a remnant, a portion of E6 and 22A. The area, the remnant portion of E6 is 6,142 square feet.
Okay, I see
That's
that.
shown on the map.
Yeah.
The remnant 22A is 130 square feet. And
There's no map on that.
it actually, I think it is, it's just hard to see. It's on exhibit B. See where it points to it, it's just tiny.
So they're both on exhibit B?
They're both on exhibit. Am I correct?
Yes.
Hayashi?
Yes.
Okay, they are
Board?
both on exhibit.
I can try and share the consolidation map that I guess we mistakenly forgot to attach it. I can try and share it on the screen, and I can also maybe email a copy of the map afterwards
Yeah, go ahead and
to you
share it
folks
on
if
the
that'll
screen.
help. See if I can pull it up right there.
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah.
Can I just ask one question while the screen is being shared? In the staff submission, it says land title status is the ceded Class B, et cetera, is checked no. But then the previous, it says that it is from 2008. Is it or is it not?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you folks see the map that I'm sharing on my screen right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I tried to blow it up much as I can. E6, the revised E6 is here. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor. But yeah, you can see here that the actual portion that Mr. Alderson is purchasing is 4,728 square feet.
Okay.
Okay, and I can email that a copy of this map to you afterwards.
I'm fine.
All right, so we're okay on the map. We have a question about whether it is or isn't ceded land.
Seated, okay.
We can still see your screen. You might want to stop screen
Yeah, if you
sharing.
want to stop sharing screen.
Sure. Okay, Jesse, do you have record if we went to OHA for this request?
I think it's seated land, you know,
Um,
I think it's part of DHHL.
yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Do you mind if I have a talk with Jesse off screen for a moment?
Yeah,
I
you
apologize.
could come back, I think, we'll do one, we'll do, sorry, guys, the shorter of the next two items.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess you folks can move on and we'll
Yeah,
come back. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Raise your hand when you're ready. Mr. Ewan, do you want to recuse? I think we'll just do C3 real quick. Well, we're gonna do C3
Oh, I didn't know.
now.
Okay,
We're just taking a break from this.
yeah,
one.
I have recused myself earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's the whole purpose. C3.
Aloha, this is Emma Ewan, with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and this is a request
Can
to
you
go.
hold the mic closer to your mouth, please?
Oh, yeah, aloha, this is Emma Ewan with Division of Forestry and Wildlife. I am seeking to get authorization to run the RFP, request for proposals for the annual Youth Conservation Corps program. So this is something we do every year, and it offers internship year-round and summer programs for different statewide youth.
Great. Okay, board members, do you have questions?
Move staff approval.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes with Case, Char, Canto, Ono, and Barnes. And noting member Yoon is absent and member UN recused. All right. Okay, checking back with DOT. Are you folks ready? Okay, I guess we're gonna have to come back to this. Okay, M9.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Bob Matsuda, First Deputy and Deputy to the Chair, here for one of my duties, which is to oversee with Mr. Bin Lee, our Administrative Enforcement Officer for the board, for the Chair's office. At the request of member Ewan, And I'm glad we got you the last agenda item for your last meeting. We finally got it done. Chris asked if we would give an overview and a compilation to get a sense of all of the contested case things that you guys hear and other kind of violations, have a sense of what that is. And so this is the first annual report that we will be doing that will consolidate and give you a summary of all the reports. Subsequent from today, we'll have each annual report showing a comparison, so that way you get a sense of how things are going. These are administrative enforcement cases, basically two categories. One, the ones that you hear that have the privilege of contested case opportunity, and the other are little ones that go directly to what we call the civil resource violation system, CRVS, and that is something that we do with the Office of the Attorney General. So, what we did here was give you an overview, the first 3 pages, and then the subsequent pages, except for the last, is a chart summary by case. We felt, since today is not an action thing, doing this kind of thing will give you a chance at your leisure, when you have lots of time and take time to read it. We've organized it in a series like this that we can then compile annually by divisions and by chronology of event, and giving you the updated status. If you have questions on any one of these, been with our action officer on enforcement, and get into the details. We do meet, we have monthly meetings reviewing each month's ongoing balance of cases. We work with each of the divisions, such as the Division of Aquatic Resources that have all the commercial fish and market violations and stuff like that. The last page is a summary of commercial fishing, catch report, delinquency, and all that. Those are the ones that we send to CRVS, Civil Resource Violation System, that are smaller fines. So, we're delighted, Chris. No, Kaivi is heartbroken not to have been able to receive this report too. But I'll make sure he reads it. So this is our presentation to you. If you have any questions, we'd be delighted. But as Chair requested, she would like to have the board see every year a sense of what the progress is and where the actions are. And that's the intention of this report.
Thanks. And can you, this was in the context of how are we doing on collections. Can you describe just generally what the process is for collections? Sure.
And I can tell you over the last 2 years when you wanted to have a little more active thing on this, Ben has been, and I have been meeting regularly, and we go after this a little more, with more activity, and so the amount that we've collected have been okay. And in big cases, we do consult with the head of our Land and Transportation Attorney General section, Linda Chow, or others of her Deputy Attorney General staff, and go over with, sometimes working with the violator in negotiating the appropriate penalties and things like that. And in those cases, we've been, I think, pretty successful, don't you think, Ben?
We are kind of, yes.
Yeah, when we, like with the boat that was grounded for months out at San Suzy Beach, that was a big fine. And so that business was kind of going under also. So we worked and negotiated an appropriate fine, which we then collected. So we felt good about that one. Vin, you wanna talk about how you go about this every month? You're the one going after them, so.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Just to make it clear for the record, Bob is the Chief Enforcement Officer of the department by our admin rules. So if you have any problems, well, go to him first, all right? So, okay, yeah, other than that, I've been working with Bob every month and, on.
Well, maybe we should say that part of the reason the first deputy has that duty is to make sure there's a wall between what the chair has to do as chair of the board with ongoing policy and proceedings and the enforcement, side.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, and it's in our admin rules. So in the past 2 years, Bob and I have been kind of working with these divisions to collect some of those outstanding fines. So we're kind of successful in some of those. So we collected one DOFA case, which is the Mauna Kea commercial activities on Mauna Kea. The other one is still outstanding, and we were able to make a payment plan in 2 DOE board cases. And one of those guys actually just paid off. He kind of accelerated the payment and paid off the case. And the other one is still in the payment plan, so it's current. So there's no problem. However, we still have like 6 outstanding cases. That's pretty much delinquent. And we try everything we can do to kind of collect those cases. I tally about like close to like actually more than $60,000 outstanding in those 6 cases.
Some of these are the older ones, back 2018, 2019.
Yeah, 2018 and 19.
Some have died.
That I didn't know. Okay, yeah. So yeah, we try to work with the delinquent violators first. Like I said, these 6 cases have been kind of delinquent for a while. So then we try to work with the AG's office and in particular their civil recovery division. We were not able to kind of get those moved. One of the issues is likely the funding issues. Who's going to pay for the enforcement actions and collection? And also, we were not able to sign up with a collection agency in the past couple of years due to lack of interest. So right now we're trying to work with our AGs and see if we can get a outside attorney to help with the collection and our cases to court. So we hope that in the next few months we're going to move on that direction.
We're working with the Attorney General's office in kind of discussing, going through a discussion on how we might make that possible. Because collection agencies, they look at some of our stuff, they laugh and they walk away, and some of the other ways of going about it with CRVS and what have you, take a long time, and sometimes in these cases, the longer you take, the least opportunity, the less opportunity you have to collect. So right now, our next stage is to have a clearer, more definitive collection process with all different stages being made available, shall we say. And if we can't get Deputy AG assigned to this, what we propose to do is have them deputize an outside attorney to do that, and we'll pay for that. The whole purpose of this, well, is not only just to collect the fine. Chair is very interested in clearly one of our priority values for this administration is the integrity and credibility of the department. When we have people who don't pay and get away with it, to me, and to all of us, we feel that disintegrates and affects the integrity of the department, and so that's why we're working on toughening this up. And while our expiration date gets closer and closer, we are going to be very diligent about this particular thing. So I hope this helps, Chris, to answer your question.
Well, it does, and I thank you very much for doing this chart for the board. I am concerned about a few things from what I see here. And one is that, okay, of matters that have gone to contested case, there was a formal contested case request and are in contested case. Some of them were settled. It looks to me that there are 7 that are still pending. And there were only 3 completed through a decision by the board. I handled 2 of those as the hearing officer, and Ben handled the other one. So we're not making a lot of progress on many of these others.
The option is that you two gotta handle more of the cases, or now that you're gonna be retired from the board, maybe we can call on you more often, but that is an issue.
It is, there's something, you know, that
Something
all
missing.
the other ones are not moving, have not moved to a resolution.
I agree with your assessment. That's one of the things that we want to show by doing this.
Okay. The second thing is that I think we're underutilizing the CRVS. And so the DoCare, there's no DoCare CRVS, which kind of surprised me. So all the DoCare are going criminal? Do we have any DoCare violations that are going CRVS? I didn't see it on this chart here.
I think the big DoCare ones come before you guys a lot.
Big ones. What do we have here?
The Mauna Kea one was a big one.
Okay, yeah, all right, let me see.
That was a DoCare operation.
But are there DoCare violations that the prosecutor doesn't pick up on the criminal side?
Oh.
And maybe we should pick them up on the civil side. You see what I'm saying? They may not be real big.
I got your point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe people who aren't being given the opportunity to live in just society.
Well, yeah, and so like on the criminal, okay, so on the criminal side, you know, they got to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and the prosecutors may not be that hot on, thank you. The prosecutors, you know, for whatever reason, but we may want to make a civil case on them, yeah. Yeah, that's the only comments I have. But again, thanks very much for doing this. I'm glad looks like we collected Pomeroy. Was part of that the boat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we want them to impound their boat. We then choose to.
Oh, so because I thought I had seen that we did impound the boat.
Well, we initiated that process.
Okay, and then they paid. Oh, okay.
What I'd love to do is get the legislature to pass a law making it very clear that we have the enforcement authority and the authority to impound boats or to confiscate in lieu of, you know, the dollar penalty or along with the dollar penalty, because oftentimes the amount of detriment that is done to our public places not proportionate to the dollar amount collected. And so the only thing of value is the boat in a lot of these cases. And we right now cannot take the boat and sell the boat, for example.
There's no provision, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is there any provision to put a lien? For instance, when you say impound, you have to go get a court order too?
Yeah.
And then you have to get a judgment before you can impound?
Sometimes the violation, well, I hate to let people go because of value. Sometimes the amount of work to do a small one is not worth it.
Well, I guess my concern is there any procedure in the civil action aspect of it to put a lien, say, on the boat? I mean, these Alawai projects we're doing now, 30,000, the guy may be one step away from homelessness, and, you know, if you had a lien on the boat, at least you have a chance. The fishing one, they just kind of disappear and never see them. So we make big headlines with large fines or whatever we impose penalties, but they're uncollectible. Same with the seawall things. Is there any way to put a lien on the property for greater enforcement? Is there any procedure, or do we have to pass rules and regs, or?
What I'd like to ask is, you give us an opportunity over the next couple months to take your questions, have our consultation with our deputy AGs and others, and then come back to you with some answers.
Okay. What might be helpful would be to even, as we ask the questions, to have the deputy there. My fear is when you say it goes to the deputy, then it goes into the court, and it's a big black hole, and we never hear about it. I'd like to see whether there's some more effective way of doing it, which, if we have a conversation with you, that the deputies are also there to tell us what the practicalities are. Otherwise, you know, these large fines have some benefit in that it's preventive from other people doing things, but insofar as collectability, you know, I wonder about $100,000 fines and so forth that have no efficacy in collection.
Chair, may I respond to some
We share your
questions?
concerns, and that's something that we'll putting in our work to do team.
Perhaps we can schedule, and I don't know whether they have to be a full board meeting reporting back, or whether it's possible to just, for one member, for instance, meeting with you guys. But either way, whatever to make it more effective.
Yeah. And we'd be delighted to benefit from your experience in education. In having Brendan Cha help me with my legal stuff for free, my God, it's a big benefit.
It's a big black hole.
No, it's not.
Anyhow, thank you.
We're gonna plug the black hole is what we're trying to say.
Russell, you wanna?
Yeah, I was just gonna, on Board Member Char's question on the seawalls, we typically, it'll be, if it's allowed to stay, we would process an easement, and sometimes the cost of the easement is appraised, and if it involves field land, then there'll be appraisal for the field land situation. One of the examples we have, I'm sorry.
M9 or M10?
Russell's here to join us, I think.
I'm here for the enforcement action. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and part of the, if you looked at the one of the attachments to the enforcement action, we have the TLM matter, and that actually was a seawall. It was quite costly, about $130,000 for the seawall, and they resisted at some point. And so what we did was we got a board order to remove the seawall as an injunctive type of action. After that, they went ahead and agreed to an easement, but they still couldn't pay the cash. And so we took back a mortgage on the property. And I think the board gave them so many years to pay it. And just this past few months ago, that mortgage became due and they paid in full. So we got paid $130,000 for the easement of that. As far as DoCare, working with the divisions, we work. Our division does work with them, but we don't go criminal. When we have a case, oftentimes if we have a case, we come civil, meaning we come before the land board. An example is one of ours listed here is Chris Sanger. We relied on DoCare as part of DoCare surveillance, as well as Hilton's help on surveilling the area to building the case before the land board. And that one where I know Linda Chow was working with the council to try to enter a settlement agreement, and I know it's been taking a little time on that. I hope I answered your question.
Russell, we have been working with the other seawall thing, where we're giving them a year to get rid of the impediments that they put in. And that came before the board, I think. And you guys approved giving them a little more space. So that one is still pending. And we're in regular communication with them and the lawyer.
When I asked about DoCare, DoCare does investigate for the other divisions, but I think actually for a suggestion for next time would be, how many citations is DoCare issuing and or roughly for what? That used to be in the boards, when the board used to print, the DLNR used to print an annual report and that would be in there. And I think that would be very useful for the board. Because there must be these illegal net violations, these, take lobster out of season violations that are not showing up in this report. And I'm guessing then that those are being done on the criminal side,
Well, and
as criminal citations?
some on the last page,
Okay.
the violations on fishing and
Oh, maybe I
illegal
missed
stuff. They fall, and we send them over to the civil resource violation thing. We don't collect a lot, the total just $70,000, but at least there is a follow-up with the violation and the fine.
Yeah.
But you're both, I think, correct and right in that, our process and our system for, enforcement and follow-up, needs, upgrading, and that's what we're trying to do right now.
Okay, so, all right, so we have, this is in 5 years. So we don't have any DAR, well, there's
We have
coral, we have coral colony damage, but the others are just these didn't submit reports things. We don't, I'd be curious to know what's happening when we have illegal net and.
With NOAA, when they get a big fine. That's separate.
That's separate.
That's, like, some of those cases
Yes.
is not reflected in our administrative, process. Like, for example, a lot of the coral stuff is between DAR and NOAA. Together, they work out the thing. And when they get the fine, the appropriate amount is, sent over to DAR, and they put it in their fund for replacing coral and stuff.
I'd just be interested to know how many violations are being issued by DoCare officers for things like hunting without a license, taking things out of season, and just to know what's happening out there. And then I know that there are citations for camping in the park, those kinds of, yeah.
It can go on and on.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, this is the big stuff, more or less.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, everybody good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any
Did
questions
Deacon ever come back?
online? Yeah, okay, thank you, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we just need to wrap up M10 now. Back to DOT.
Yes, thank you. I apologize for that. We did double check and it is ceded land. I believe we just made an error on the latest submittal. The original submittal was correct. It is ceded.
It's ceded land, so did you do consultation on it?
Yes, we emailed OHA and they had no objections to it.
Was that under the understanding that it was not seated?
I'm not sure. I think when we,
I think they review
I'm not sure,
the
Jesse.
remnant
Yeah,
sales, and if it's a bigger parcel or some issue with it, they'll comment, but if it's small ones, they may just say they have no objection.
Yeah, and if you want, we can share the email with you, but it appears that they knew the history of the road. So I think they did research on their end too to see what the history was. I don't recall, I don't know, Jesse, if you recall, you can chime in, but I don't recall if we specifically told them that it was seeded.
I can take a look. I did send them all the maps and the history and everything about the property. And they, again, did not have any, they didn't have any objections to the disposition. If you give me 1 minute, I can check.
And do we know what the, compensation amount will be?
1 second. Yes, I did let OHA know that the properties are ceded. And I sent them the TMK maps, the right-of-way maps, and a cursory title report.
And then, how much is the land being, what is the amount of compensation?
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna double check right now. $5,000. I'm sorry, the total is $5,000. Is that okay? Hello,
Okay,
can you?
Sean, I mean, do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay,
Move approval of D10.
M10. M10.
M10.
All right, so second?
Yep.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, sorry, Member Barnes, are you in opposition?
Yeah.
Okay, so that, passes 4-1, Case, Star, Ono, and Ewan voting aye, Barnes voting no, and, Yoon and Canto, had to leave. All right, that brings us to the end of our meeting. You're just hanging around because you want to.
Were you gonna do Emma Ewan?
We did.
Oh, we did.
Yep.
I missed that, so bad.
Okay. All right, that was a long day.
It was.
Appropriately so. You won't forget us?
Okay.
All right, and again,
I
thank you
certainly won't.
to Chris for all of his service, and thank you everyone for your day. And, we will see you next time. Have a great